Good evening, everyone. We got a full house. Let's try it one more time. Good evening, everyone. All right, there we go. The Durham Public Schools Board of Education monthly meeting is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, to serve, and to lead. The interpreters for tonight are Martha Romo Iguirles and Marty Ramirez. Thank you all for taking the time to join us. All right, we're going to get started with our agenda. I want to make a note that board member Javanya Lewis had a conflict with tonight, so she will join us a little later on Zoom. But we'll get started first with our moment of silence. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is celebrations. I'll pass it over to Mr. Suttereth.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Mabenga, all the ships at sea. It is fantastic to have everyone here for an evening in which we're going to be celebrating a large number of our students and staff. We are going to begin with a couple of large presentations, so I just wanted to traffic manage a little bit. And after I read some names for Science Olympiad, we're going to have North Carolina Junior Chefs participants in the Northern Culinary Program in, as well as the governor's school students. So for those first large groups of celebrations, I'm going to ask the board to stay right where you are. We're going to have the students line up for a group picture in front with you standing behind at the dais. And then after that, for individual celebrations, you can come to the receiving line, as it were. So that's how things are going to go. Our first recognition is going to be a reading presentation because a large number of the participants were not able to join us tonight, and that is the North Carolina Science Olympiad. The Durham Regional Science Olympiad Tournament is one of 30 Science Olympiad tournaments that took place in North Carolina this year. With 18,000 students participating in 75 counties, North Carolina Science Olympiad is the largest Science Olympiad program in the country. These tournaments are rigorous academic interscholastic competitions that consist of a series of different hands-on, interactive, challenging, and inquiry-based events that are well-balanced between the various disciplines of biology, earth science, environmental science, chemistry, physics, engineering, and technology. Students competed against 14 middle and 18 high school teams from across the Triangle area. And I want to give credit and appreciation to the Durham Regional Science Olympiad winners. In Division B Middle School, first place in the Write It, Do It event, earning them a place to compete at the state competition, were Rogers Hurst students Aubrey Kimball and Penelope Sarala, and Coach Andrew Shack. And first place in the solar system event, earning them a place to compete at the state competition, the School for Creative Studies student Lucas Gomez and Coach Tricia Shelley, who I believe is here. So congratulations. And then for Division C High School, fourth place overall, Durham School of the Arts, earning them a spot to compete in the state competition, Coach Spencer Ware and students Piper Barnes, Abrielle Dean, Lily Fager, Claudia Fushi, Layla Gusa, Gwendolyn House, Seth Hurley, Mawish Kitter, Elizabeth Cramling, Tao Lee, Charlie Pearson, Stephanie Perez, Caitlin Ryan, Jeevan Sangal, and Alex Singleton. And let's please give a round of applause for the students and their supporting educators. We now go to the Northern High Culinary Program, North Carolina Junior Chefs participants. Every school board meeting for many years now, our board and our cabinet, and when we've been able to offer it, be our guest event, has been treated to outstanding meals brought to us by our culinary programs at Northern and recently also Jordan High Schools. The Northern Culinary Program has distinguished itself in the state with their participation in the North Carolina Junior Chefs Program, We wanted to bring them out, and we provided them dinner for a change. And we wanted to bring them out and thank them for everything that they've done for us and the way that they represent Northern High School and Durham Public Schools in our county and state. The new Northern High School is going to have a fantastic culinary facility. We are so excited about that. And we can't wait to see what you and your students come up with, Chef Brodsky. I'm going to ask Chef Peter Brodsky to come forward and to say a couple of words and introduce the students and the supporters, and then they will gather at the red carpet for a group photo. Chef? Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, board. Very strange to be in this part of the meeting. Normally kind of back of the house back there. But we really do have some great students here with us. We have 3 participants of our NC Junior Chef team, Miss Caroline Barber, Mr. Alex DeMayer, and Miss Kendall Keaton, who did really an amazing job this year, showcasing Northern and their talents, and really making some amazing food, going up against some really tough teams that somehow won with a sweet potato waffle. We're still trying to figure that out. We also have with us our culinary students of the year who have been here for just about every Be Our Guest dinner and have fed you all almost more than I have. Mr. Aiden Langford, Mr. Brody Terry, and Mr. Solomon Garcia. So if you guys all want to come up to the red carpet, take a quick bow. Y'all are amazing. And thank you all so much.
Well, you thought that was a lot of students. We're now reaching the standing room only portion of the evening, where we present to you the 2023 Governor's School students from Durham Public Schools. We actually rehearsed this one. And so I'm going to turn it over to Laura Parrott. She's going to introduce folks and they're going to line up, and you will have the opportunity to give them our respects.
Good evening, Chair Umstead, members of the board, and Dr. Mabenga. The Office of Advanced Academics is excited to share the 2023 North Carolina Governor's School student selection results. Based on the enrollment of current 10th and 11th graders in DPS, our district was able to submit 41 student applications out of the 65 nominations received. Of those 41 student applications, the North Carolina Governor's School Board selected 23 outstanding DPS students to attend this year's session. The North Carolina Governor's School is a multi-week summer residential program for gifted and talented high school students, integrating academic disciplines, the arts, and other unique courses. During the weeks of June 18th through July 15th, our students will be on site at either Governor's School East, located at Meredith College, or Governor's School West at Winston-Salem State University. At this time, I would like to introduce our Governor's School students. To assist me with presenting each of them a Spark pen tonight, Chief of Staff, Ms. Tanya Giovanni. Oh, we have it. Okay, perfect. Sorry, it's nice to have good help. All right, to start us off, Jahara Anderson, Early College High School, Social Science. Katie Bradford, Jordan High School, Math. Maya Burton, Jordan High School, Natural Science. Evan Byers, Durham School of the Arts, Choral Music. Noah Cho, Riverside High School, Social Science. Kira Denny, Durham School of the Arts, English. Lillian Boulay, Jordan High School, Math. Ivy Herman, Jordan High School, English. Sidonia Irvin Moore, Durham School of the Arts, Instrumental Music. Kexi Maya Martinez, Hillside High School, Choral Music. Maya Martinez Wayman, DSA, English. Megan Michaels, Jordan High School, English. Tabitha Morant, Hillside High School, Visual Art. Joseph Morgado, DSA, Natural Science. Evan Paces Wells, Riverside High School, Natural Science. Belle Sousa, Jordan High School, Social Science. Ava Taylor, Jordan High School, Social Science. Gianna Wells, Hillside High School, Dance. Quinn Whitney, DSA, Visual Art. Kabir Zodastool, DSA, Math. And that is 20, excuse me, of our students. We have 3 who could not be here tonight. We also appreciate 2 of our principals who were able to be here. Dr. Gloria Woods Weeks from Riverside High School and Susan Taylor from Jordan High School to help show their support. Again, students, congratulations on behalf of Durham Public Schools.
And in the middle, yellow shirt is the one that you all should be looking at. Give all due respect to everybody else taking a picture.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right. Board members and Mr. Superintendent, we are through the group recognition. So if you want to come down for the red carpet for our individual handshakes and such, there's now space to do that. We are excited to present to you our students of the month for the month of May. This is the last group of students of the month that I will have the honor of introducing. I am excited to bring to you students of the month for Southern School of Energy and Sustainability and Riverside High School. And if I could have their respective delegations come on in. Outstanding. We are going to begin with Southern School of Energy and Sustainability, and for that, I turn things over to Mr. Jerome Leathers.
So good evening. Good evening, Board Chair Umstead, board members, Superintendent Pascal Mbinga. Thank you tonight for allowing us to celebrate another one of our awesome students at Southern School of Energy and Sustainability. I am Jerome Leathers. I'm the principal of Southern School of Energy and Sustainability. And it's my pleasure today to introduce to you Miss Elizabeth Ashford. And she prefers to go by Lizzie, but I want to put the official tag out there. And so the reason why we selected Elizabeth or Lizzie for our student of the month this year is because over the 4 years, she has done nothing but been an excellent role model for our students to watch and model themselves after. She's taken leadership in the school. She's on several clubs. She's on the yearbook staff. She's in National Honor Society, Student Government Association, and leadership shows all over the place. And sometimes she comes and gets Mr. Leathers in line, you know, put him in check sometimes. But it's just a pleasure to have students like Lizzie around the school to model for our other students to see. So it's not just that. Elizabeth has a 4.25 GPA. And her plans are to attend James Madison University in the fall with scholarship money. And so that's what makes us happy at Southern School of Energy and Sustainability is the life after high school. And our students really do prepare themselves for that. And so tonight we also have Elizabeth's mother and father, Mr. and Mrs. Ashford, here with us tonight as well. So for everyone, Elizabeth Lizzie Ashford.
I wanted to give you the opportunity to say a few words if you wanted. Then I would like you, Jerome, if you could give me a little bit of room so that I can present her with some stuff. Okay. All right. We have a certificate for you that we will ask you to hold and smile at for a picture with super. But we have some more things for you. The Raven Family Foundation has presented you with a $250 scholarship gift. So congratulations from them. And our friends at Triangle Cycling have also provided you with a computer. And we hope that you'll use very well at James Madison. You've got a new computer. So and then finally, I have for you a Spark Pin. The Spark Pin is a symbol of leadership and advancement and support of Durham Public Schools. And it marks a leader in Durham Public Schools. And we hope that you will wear it with pride. And if you're wearing it on something with a lapel on it at JMU, and somebody asks you what that intriguing symbol means, tell them. Anyway, congratulations on being our student of the month. So I'm going to ask somebody to hold your things and for you. So unfortunately, due to a conflict, our next student of the month could not be physically with us here. And we're a little disappointed about that. His conflict would have involved him if he had been able to make it here today. He would have been here in his ROTC uniform. I am going to present Dr. Gloria Woods Weeks of Riverside High School to introduce the parent of our student of the month from Riverside for May.
Greetings, everyone. I bring you greetings from Riverside High School, and I do want to talk a little bit about our star student before I introduce his mother. It is a privilege and an honor to introduce to you our May DPS Student of the Month. A good student is one who can work in a positive group, motivate others, and yield productive output. Being positive, being helpful, cooperative, and friendly are all traits of a good student. Such students become great collaborators and leaders when they grow up. Our student of the month exemplifies all those traits. He is a junior who carries a 3.5 GPA. He is a member of our junior ROTC for 3 years. He is an accomplished swimmer on Riverside swimming team, and he coaches and swims on the Durham Swimmer Team League. He has also given his free time to help the EC program in their planting and beautification efforts of our school. He has the respect of both peers and faculty. He was selected to lead the Corps of Cadets as group commander, and that is no small feat. Major Bailey, his ROTC instructor, defines him as cool under fire with a calm demeanor necessary to work with others. Sergeant Valero states he leads by example. Upon graduation, he plans to attend UNC Charlotte or Purdue University to study mechanical engineering with a concentration in motorsports. Please join me in congratulating our DPS Student of the Month, Mr. Sergio Rosa. Sergio could not be with us this evening due to another pending obligation. This is our last spring chorus show. He is the stage manager. So he had to be there, for Call of Duty. Accepting this award on his behalf is his mother, Miss Mary Baird. I bring you. Come forward. Sure you can, absolutely.
I just want to say that Sergio came from a private school background for the entirety of his education. And he was extremely insistent that he wanted to be at the engineering program at Riverside. And my grandfather and my brother, who were both in the military, inspired him to be an ROTC. And I think during COVID, a lot of kids got lost, like really, really lost. And so he missed his 8th grade graduation at Duke School. And we were all reshuffling. We all know that. And when he got in with Major Bailey, we were talking about it before, and his sergeant, I cannot say enough about how much ROTC gave him a course and a track to run on. It encouraged his leadership, and it impacted him. It grew something in him in a way that he decided not just to participate, but to lead. And I know I've talked to a lot of parents. I have a lot of friends that have kids that are Sergio's age, and we all struggled immensely during that time. I cannot say enough about what Riverside has provided for him, about what Major Bailey and his sergeant provided for him, and giving him something to aspire to. During COVID, he was doing PE on the floor. He was doing push-ups in his room. And so I just, and then he started helping recruit, but if there were any doubts about what ROTC provided and what it does provide for our kids, and especially the program at Riverside High, I can't speak enough to what has given my son. And he's, and he had an obligation, and I actually tried to talk him out of it. I was like, no, you need to be here. And he said, Mom, I gave my word. I gave my word that I would be there for the choral concert, and it just popped up about a week ago. And then this popped up, and he said, Mom, I gave my word. I told Miss Bullock I have to be there. I can't, I can't back out of my commitment right now. So that's just what I have to say about the character that has been provided through Riverside and through the ROTC program for my son. So
So I have to ask that you bring lots of stuff home to Sergio, including his scholarship and his certificate and his laptop computer and his Spark pen as a symbol of leadership and service for Durham Public Schools. And I also want to thank you for your words of support for Riverside and for public education and for ROTC. It is important for our students to be here when they can be, but what better way to demonstrate your love and support for your son than by sharing your words tonight. So thank you very much. I will put everything here together. I think it would be appropriate for you to show his certificate and a photo with the superintendent. Thank you so much. Right. You're not. We next want to call in Michelle Hayes from our Department of Human Resources. Due to scheduling issues, we were not able to recognize our DPS teacher and employee of the month for April. So tonight we are bringing them as well as our May employee and teacher of the month before you tonight. I am waiting for the door to open and for people to come through it. I am vamping for time right now. And the door is apparently locked. Okay, there we go. Ms. Hayes is going to bring our teachers and employees of the month, as well as our instructional assistant of the year.
Good evening, Chairman Umstead, members of the board, and Dr. Mabinga and cabinet members. I am pleased to bring you recognitions tonight. Our Teacher of the Month, sponsored by North Carolina Central University's tennis team, the Tar Psi chapter of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, DCL Consulting LLC, and the Vales Care Foundation. Coach Lawson, who is normally here to present an additional award, could not be here tonight, but he does send his congratulations and remarks on behalf of all the individuals mentioned. And he will definitely give them an additional surprise at a later time, but they were surprised, both teachers were surprised at their schools. All right. Since we did not have our Teacher and Employee of the Month recognition in April, we are going to recognize our Teacher and Employee of the Month for April and May. We're going to recognize our teachers first, then our employees. Following our Teacher and Employee of the Month, it gives me great honor to also celebrate our DPS Instructional Teacher of the Year, and everyone will receive a Spark pen for their commitment to DPS. Our April Teacher of the Month is Danielle Gray, third grade math teacher from Glenn Elementary School. In 2018, Ms. Danielle Gray was named the DPS Instructional Assistant of the Year. While it may be difficult to believe, Mrs. Gray's accomplishments have only grown. Today, Ms. Gray is a third grade math teacher at Glenn Elementary School. As in part of an incredibly strong math team, her students' progress and growth continue to shine. Last year, the third grade team worked diligently to improve students' math proficiency rate from 20.2% on the first benchmark to almost 54% on the math proficiency rate. On the EOG, excuse me. Additionally, Ms. Gray worked at Take Two Camp and helped 9 additional students pass the EOG in June. Amazingly enough, this year, Ms. Gray has continued to grow her students, with over 56% of her students passing the first benchmark. a proficiency rate that is 12% above the district average. Ms. Gray's intentional and careful instruction can be seen in other data sets as well. Her students use reflex math daily to grow their fact fluency. In August, 100% of her students had a starting fluency below 50%. Today, 80% of her students have a current fluency rate of above 50%. While we will continue to share data points that exemplify Ms. Gray's skill as a teacher, the last point we wanted to share was her already data. 65% of her students have already hit their typical growth goal for the year. Ms. Gray's importance in our schools extend beyond her classroom walls. She is an active member of the Girls on the Run and has served as a running buddy for other athletes. On weekends, she has been known to attend students' extracurricular activities and sporting events to show her support. In closing, we wanted to share one of Ms. Gray's message she wrote to a student's family through talking points. Hello, I just wanted to share some good news. Jay's making amazing progress in math. We recently took our second round of already assessments and well, I just let you see the greatness for yourself. I am so proud of the growth she is making. Thank you for your partnership as we navigate this third grade journey. Ms. Gray attached 2 pictures of the students' BOY assessment and MOI assessments that showed her growing 59 points, 2 grade levels, and exceeding her annual stretch goal by 4 points. Just like Ms. Gray saw the greatness in Jay, it is impossible not to see Ms. Gray's greatness as an exceptional educator. Congratulations. And Mr. Thank you. Our May Teacher of the Month is David Brown, our 3rd grade math teacher from Merrick Moy Elementary School. Mr. Brown has a presence about himself that helps build student self-efficacy, encourages them to be their best, and takes school seriously. He is so patient with students. Mr. Brown's teaching has greatly improved, and he has great relationships with staff and students. Congratulations, Mr. Brown. You'll get an additional as well. So congratulations to Ms. Danielle Gray and Mr. David Brown for being named Durham Public Schools April and May Teachers of the Month. Our April Employee of the Month is Irving Johnson, Restorative Practice Coordinator from Pearsontown Elementary School. Mr. Johnson is a great leader. He is an advocate for students, and he is often found in our classroom and is always supporting. He supports our staff behavior interventions and provides preventive approach to support student conduct. He is always looking for the best in our staff and provides supports wherever needed. Thank you so very much. Our May Employee of the Month is Wanda McLean. Wanda McLean, Regional Supervisor for School Nutrition. Ms. McLean has created and implemented a manager in training program to develop talent from within the department. She has successfully assisted over 20 employees to train as managers to fill vacancies and be prepared to assist coverage for absences. Ms. McLean also provides safe serve classes for managers, supervisors, and assistants in order for the team members to complete the National Restaurant Association Serve Safe exam for food safety. This school year, Ms. McLean has successfully assisted 24 members with the exam and achieved a 100% pass rate. Once again, congratulations to Mr. Johnson and Ms. McLean for being named Durham Public Schools April and May Employees of the Month. DPS 2023 Instructional Assistant of the Year goes to Ms. Elizabeth McCoy from Spring Valley Elementary School, better known as the real McCoy. Ms. McCoy is an instructional assistant in first grade that supports 2 classes. She is a hard worker and pitches in whenever she is needed. She can be seen working with small groups of students in the classrooms, monitoring the cafe during lunch, and interacting with students during recess time. She assists her teacher in carrying out lesson plans and supporting students. She is a motivator, an encourager, and attends to students' needs. Congratulations to the real McCoy for being named DPA Instructional Teacher of the Year. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We next have 2 presentations from Tamika Ward Satterfield. We were able to celebrate a number of our of the years at the Teacher of the Year banquet last week. It was a great event. We haven't yet been able to bring every single one of our of the years to you at the board meeting. We wanted to be sure to have a few more recognitions before the end of the school year. And so for Tamika Ward Satterfield to come up to present our School Social Worker of the Year and our School Counselor of the Year.
Thank you and good evening. Coffee Hill is our Durham Public Schools Social Worker of the Year. As lead social worker, Ms. Hill supports and coaches school social workers while maintaining professional accountability, planning professional development, developing and supporting a comprehensive recovery plan for students who have disengaged from school, and advocating for the needs of all DPS school social workers. As the school social worker at the Durham Performance Learning Center, Ms. Hill uses relationship building as a tool to support students, families, and staff. Ms. Hill oversees the Phoenix Success, which is designed to address the attendance, academic progress, and behavior of all students. Ms. Hill serves as DPLC's school improvement team, and along with the mental health counselor, provides monthly school-wide social emotional learning activities for students. Ms. Hill is also a member of the DPS Strategic Planning Steering Committee. Our School Social Worker of the Year, Ms. Coffee Hill. Tamika Bell is our Durham Public Schools Professional School Counselor of the Year. This year, under Ms. Bell's leadership, Glenn was accepted into the STEPS program at UNC Chapel Hill for the first time, making it possible for all of their 5th grade students to participate in a college tour and experience on that campus. Ms. Bell also provides the daily announcements and uses that time to highlight character education and contribute to a positive school climate. Ms. Bell facilitates the We Are Queens program and leads the Career Day Committee, which introduces all of Glenn's students, kindergarten through fifth grade, to different careers and community members. She has also implemented a new model for providing social emotional learning instruction to fourth and fifth grade students, where she collaborates with classroom teachers to push into class. This year, Ms. Bell identified a rising need and provided education during classroom instruction around tobacco use and vaping for fourth and fifth grade students. Lastly, this year, Ms. Bell became a National Board Certified School Counselor. Our School Counselor of the Year, Tamika Bell.
Sometimes we have to move fast to notify our of the years that they're going to be recognized at a board meeting because the announcement comes very quickly before it. We are pleased to present to you our Media Coordinator of the Year, our recipient of the Leonard Award. And to do that, I am bringing to you Heidi Perez.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, and Dr. Mabenga. It is my honor to present our Media Coordinator of the Year, Kara Watson. Ms. Watson serves the students of Lakewood Montessori Middle School. She works to support a collaboration-focused environment and plans with teachers through their PLCs and in department meetings. Through reflective practices, she consistently gives students space and time to process information with their peers and teachers. And this is an information literacy skill that'll serve kids their whole life. She also partners with the Gay Queer Student Alliance at Lakewood to advocate about the importance of LGBTQIA books in libraries to acknowledge and affirm their identities. Ms. Watson also helps her school and students connect outside of her campus to the greater Durham community through book fairs at locally owned Letters Bookshop, Durham Book Club that connects students from DPS schools across the district, book drives for Book Harvest, and collaborating with other DPS middle school Battle of the Books teams to support them. All students can find a place, a program, a time, or a book that suits them in the media center that Kara cares for with compassion and expertise. Congratulations.
Our last recognition of the night, we've had two other recognitions that due to a scheduling conflict or communication issue, we're going to have to bring them back to you. Our last recognition of the night is a Spark recognition. And this person does not know that they're receiving the Spark recognition tonight. And I'm having an issue with my cell phone right now. Joy, Ms. Malone, could you come in here for a moment, please? I need some technical support, Ms. Malone. Would you please come? Joy Malone is our Executive Director for Information Technology. She has a tremendous responsibility for all of the people of Durham Public Schools, our staff and our students. The information technology team has taken on increasing responsibilities since COVID, since one-to-one. It has been a monumental task, and she has borne that with excellence. But in Durham Public Schools, you don't just get a spark pin for doing your job. You go over and beyond. You demonstrate leadership above and beyond. And some of your colleagues who are not in the information technology sphere wanted you to know how much they appreciate you taking the extra step, going the extra mile beyond just providing information technology services for assisting Durham Public Schools and making it everything it can be. You take on a lot. It's never easy. And any person who has ever had to call a help desk for any reason from any company knows how challenging information technology is. But we are not just about information technology. We're about educating children, and your colleagues in other departments wanted to let you know that you are a leader.
Thank you.
And we present you with this spark pin. Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Mbinga, that finally completes our celebrations for May.
So many amazing celebrations, so many great things happening in Durham Public Schools. My favorite part is watching the look of awe and surprise on our folks' faces when they hear about all the things they have done and all the gifts that we like to bestow on them. So thank you all for great celebrations. The next item on our agenda is the superintendent's update. I'll pass it over to Dr. Mbinga.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, members of the board, good evening. We have had many wonderful celebrations tonight and have a long agenda tonight, so I will keep my remarks brief. First, congratulations again are in order for our 2023 DPS Teacher of the Year, Jahera Davis. It was a special evening and I was happy to see so many of you there with us. We are very close to the end of another great year, and we look forward to celebrating our student accomplishment, especially at our graduation ceremonies. I look forward to seeing you all there. We kick off graduation season yesterday with our project search students. I wish them well, and I wish I could have been there. I was in Raleigh with other colleagues, superintendent, trying to have conversation with our state legislatures, but they were so tied up, and we finally waited till almost 4 and they did not show up. So maybe next time. Next month at our June board meeting, we plan to bring you the classified salary study recommendation for your consideration. We have been taking extra time and care to ensure a fair pay proposal for the hardworking and valuable classified employees who work behind the scenes toward our student and staff success. Along those lines, I want to thank our county manager, Kimberly Sowell, for fully supporting our budget requests, including our effort toward the classified salary study. It means so much to have the support of our county as we work to ensure success for all our students. Durham Public Schools is a strong school system, so we are planning a strong start to the new academic year. We were recruiting heavily and hiring strategically to ensure that the right people are extended the privilege of teaching our students, that our buses have caring, competent drivers behind the wheel, and that's our students are served robust meal prepared by our passionate professionals. Thank you for your support as we have searched for the best candidates. I'm grateful for the work that has been done to fill our positions. While we are busy hiring, We are also planning for next year. We look forward to our annual district leadership retreat in late June, the board retreat with cabinet in July, and an employee convocation in August to kick off the new school year. At last but not least, I wish all the best. Congratulations to Dr. Julius Monk, who is returning to Guilford County as Deputy Superintendent of Business and Operations. Durham Public Schools, thank you. And we will miss you greatly. Madam Chair, this concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Mabenga. The next item on our agenda is the agenda review and approval.
Madam Chair, I would ask that we add a resolution urging the North Carolina General Assembly to reject harmful school voucher plan, perhaps as item 9E, the final item before closed session.
All right. I'll take a motion if we approve of that amended agenda.
Move approval of the agenda as amended.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Any other discussion? I don't think Ms. Lewis has joined us yet, so we'll just do a vote today like our normal procedure. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is the Board of Education monthly minutes. Those are dated April 20th, 2023.
Move approval of the April minutes.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Rogers, seconded by Ms. Byer. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. Passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is general public comment. Before we get started, I'm going to give a quick review of the rules. First, please state your name, and if speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Second, our speakers are asked to present their comments within, we'll do 3 minutes. 3 minutes. When the yellow light comes on, you have 1 minute left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, and that indicates that your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of our students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully and consider your comments, but we do not engage in a discussion with speakers. Our first speaker will be Kristen Southworth, and the next speaker will be Jenna Crother.
Sorry, I have to have a computer to read my notes.
So good evening, board members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Kristen Southworth, and I'm the parent of two students, DPS students, a rising, well, soon to be rising 6th grader and a soon to be rising 2nd grader. And I'm here tonight to represent the Durham Special Needs Advisory Council. For those who are new to the board, we are a parent-led group working in collaboration with educators and community members to support and improve the educational experience and outcomes of DPS students with disabilities. Our focus is on advocacy of a system-wide issues that impact the DPS EC community. Last fall, our group participated in a conversation regarding the strategic plan with RTI and shared many of the challenges our EC community faces, our hopes for our students, and how DPS can best support them. It was disappointing not to see that directly represented in this new strategic plan before you this evening. We know DPS and the board are aware of the current crisis around EC teacher retention and the daily challenges of teacher shortages while trying to meet the needs of our complex and high-need students. We are here this evening to strongly encourage you to prioritize exceptional children in this upcoming strategic plan, to express and reiterate the importance of qualified and well-trained EC teachers in every school,
is to ensure our most vulnerable students receive the support that they need. Receiving EC services should not be a privilege. It is a legal right and commitment that DPS must fulfill, and failing to provide these services significantly impacts the lives of those students, their families, and the entire community. We understand the burden and lack of support placed upon this board and DPS by the state of North Carolina. However, the likelihood of meaningful support coming from the state is not encouraging. These new proposed changes by NC General Assembly will leave our EC students to pay the most significant price and could take back decades of progress for EC students who have fought so hard to have the same rights as their able peers. As it becomes more acceptable for charter and private schools to receive public funding to deny services or even entry into the school. The strategic plan will help serve a roadmap for the next 5 years, and EC students deserve to be top priority. We must get creative to find our funding, grants, and partnership to support these students. And we must move on from waiting for the General Assembly to provide to provide that lifeline. Is that my time? Sorry.
That is, you have 1 sentence, so you want to wrap it up before we move?
Sure. Thank you.
Just one though.
These are our Durham children, and we as a community cannot fail them. They deserve to be prioritized as part of this plan. And I will send the rest of it via email.
Thank
all.
you. I was gonna make that suggestion. Please send it to us via email. Jenna Crawford, followed by Elizabeth Sims. And the next will be Margaret, and I apologize, I'm mispronouncing your name, Cressavant.
Awesome. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jenna Crowther, and I am the parent of a kindergartner at EK Poe. This is the second time I have been here to speak about the aftercare crisis, the first of which was last November, asking you to please plan ahead for this year to ensure that the challenges that we experienced last year weren't repeated. We were a family that was on the wait list for, I don't know, three months or so at Poe, and it was a very trying time. We got a space in aftercare this year, or for next year, I guess, because I rearranged our family schedule that morning. We had local grandparents who could drop my youngest off at daycare so that I could be at the computer at 7:59, frantically refreshing. And I recognized the immense privilege in being able to do that. So I thought about getting up here and asking you all to implement a registration lottery to at least make it, an equal chance, right, for folks to get in. But really, that wouldn't be sufficient. What I need and what I think parents across, the DPS community need is readily available aftercare. Please don't make us scramble and stress and pray to get in. Simply uphold the promise. I know that when the elementary school start time was changed in 2021, that it was brought up that aftercare would be a challenge that we needed to address. And it was often met with, yes, we will address that challenge. I've emailed you guys with some frequency. I've provided these public comments. I don't really know how else to say it, but we need your help. The current system, it's disrespectful and it's not sustainable. Please help us. And I'm here tonight in support of the aftercare petition, Better Aftercare for All. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Margaret Carsavant. Oh, sorry, excuse me, Elizabeth Sims, I apologize. And then Margaret Cravassier. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Elizabeth Sims, and I am a health and PE teacher at the School for Creative Studies. I am going on, this should be my 20th year, 10 of which I have spent at this school that I have believed in and put my heart and soul into. I was at first afraid to go there because I didn't know if I was going to be able to make the adjustment for the year-round schedule that we have and the rigorousness of going between middle and high school, because I teach mostly middle school, but I also teach high school. Once I was there and it took me to my second year, I fell in love with everything about the school, especially the year-round component, because it has provided me and the students with more support than I thought it would. B, the teachers are like myself. When I came from where I was no longer tired and I could put more energy into my students. And third, because I have them from 6th grade through 9th grade, but I see them every single day in their sophomore through senior year. They have a certain respect for me and I have a respect for them, and I get to see them blossom from little kids to grown men and women. And that has made a big difference in when I tell people about our school and how I thrive with my students and how my students thrive with me. I would hope with this growing together, because I see where you're going. I do understand. I really do. But that high school component is so important because I know I see myself every single day as that kid who was lost in a high school. My small class of graduating kids when I came out of high school was 1,275 students. And that was a small class. I was completely lost and I felt unseen. And I believe my students do not feel lost and do not feel unseen, because I am so on them that even if I don't see them every day and I have to say something to them, they look at me and go, Miss Sims, you haven't changed. And I said, should I? And they say, no, that's what we like. Okay. So I would urge you to, as we're building the growing together, to keep and see that as you're building it, you are building the need for a high school that is year round, a place where I would have loved to spend my time as my students do and enjoy me as much as I enjoy them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, Margaret Cavassier, followed by Walter Cavassier.
Hello, my name is Margaret Cavassier, if you couldn't tell already. I'm very sorry for my last name. It's very complicated.
Do not apologize for your last name. I just needed help. Don't apologize.
I am actually a part of the family in the School for Creative Studies. I'll be, it was very hesitant when I first got there. I was actually quite mean, but it wasn't actually terrible. I really did enjoy being there, and I'm currently still there. I'm a freshman there in the high school department. The most, to me, when I go to school, when I walk into the door, what I like to see is how close we are. We're not related by blood, but we have this connection between staff and students and students and students. We have formed a family inside our school. Obviously, with our small setting, it'd be easier for us to communicate, to talk, to have these types of bonds that help students in a positive way. I feel when I go to school, when I go to my classes, I feel welcomed. I don't feel like I'm just a number there. I feel like I'm a person. I go in, the teacher says hi, I say hi back, and we learn and we interact with each other and we understand each other, which for me is really, personal, because before that, I actually went to Rogers Her and I just felt lost. It was huge, lots of people, small spaces. I just didn't fit in. And I fit in here. I feel safe, welcomed, assured that I can be someone without being judged. Lots of other students feel this way. For what I know, one of my friends was offered a program from one of our teachers there. She said, this will help you and you will really enjoy it. And the student did. And she actually got into college this year for that science program that our teacher recommended her. Another one is one of our music production teachers, Mr. Evans. He constantly is getting his kids up and going with other studio productions. people who can help them soar in what they love. And that's what I feel is about our school. We help each other. We build relationships. Sure, we don't know each other at first, but just take us like 2 months and we'll be like the closest friends. Our staff is really important too because they work together and they bring us an example for us kids. So that's what I really like about SES, and it makes us a wonderful family. Thank you.
You. Next, we have Walter Cavassier, followed by Roberto Sanchez. There we go.
Hello, my name is Walter Cavassier, father of Margaret. I also have another daughter that attends the school at 6th grade, just got in there. She's doing great because of the teachers and the staff there. In addition, my wife, Catherine, teaches there, which helps out a lot. We as parents signed our kids to attend the School of Creative Studies for a variety of reasons. For some people, it was because it was year-round. Something that helps prevent summer slide, decrease class review time, and also keeps the youth out of trouble by having more structure to those long summer days. Perhaps it was the country setting, getting them in the way of the violence in the inner city areas and gangs. Perhaps it was the size of having an EC student myself. Indefinitely is easier to prevent anxiety and increase focus with less kids in the building. When the current 6th graders enrolled, the board policy stated they could stay through all grades in SCS, which was till 12th grade when we first signed up. It was your policy. Those kids will be allowed to stay since our decision to send them to SCS was based on this knowledge. I turned down other seats elsewhere for lottery play classes because of this, because you'll be with each other from 6 all the way to 12, which then create bonds between kids and friendship. Instead, I'd sent my daughter away from the school that she was supposed to go and had to start all over and make new friends. As you saw, she got a lot of friends. Not only did I ask her to make all new friends this year, but with my house being restricted with this plan as well, the high school closing, my daughter will be starting 0 friendships once again in 9th grade, which was my 6th grader. A big deal for an EC student with anxiety. It has been explained that the current 7th grade will be the last 9th grade class, meaning we have 2 more years, or rather 5 more high school years. But I'm asking to let the current 6th grade and oncoming 6th grades at least stay to 9th grade, since that was promised to them during the Magic season. Your decision has changed these things after the Magic Lottery results posted, and families make choices based on the knowledge of the SCS policy from 6 to 12. That gave up seats and waitlist positions elsewhere. This is truly unfair. I understand the need for redistricting due to the growth of the dorm, and also the board has adopted a policy that will evaluate redistricting needs every 5 years. Why not give SCS a 5-year grace period? Are you aware that there's 3 principals and all new assistant principals transition in the school within a year? It's a lot of administration change, and the school is still doing great, as we've gotten rewards. But putting the current timetable in place, new teachers will be hard to find. Parents will be unsure of the academic integrity and being pulled their kids out. That's unfair. That would be fair. Let's talk about the students who chose to go creative studies. They're a special group, higher percentage of EC than in other schools. Children with anxiety, kids who have been lost in large schools, as my daughter just said. Kids need a new place to be year-round. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Next up, Roberto Sanchez, and sorry, Roberto, I'm just having a hard time reading the handwriting here. Resendez, followed by Danielle Dolkin.
Oh, my name is Roberto Sanchez Resendez. I am a, oh yeah, sorry. My apologies. So my name is Roberto Sanchez Resendez. I am a freshman and student ambassador at the School for Creative Studies. And I did want to address the issue of turning our middle school and high school year-round school into just a middle school, because in the season of April, as student ambassador, we gave tours twice a week it was, to all these amazing 6th grade students with such great potential, and to show them that we are a year-round school, that they can stay here comfortably, build bonds with teachers, and just for that promise to be taken away with just a simple decision and a vote really crushes me for all, like I said, all these students with just great potential, bright futures. And same goes for the current sixth grade class that is in our school at the moment. As Mr. Gracier stated, all these students were promised a year-round school, be able to graduate, all of this, such an amazing school that we have already built with the students and staff, just to be gone in just a moment's notice. Sorry, getting a little, yeah. And one thing I also want to add is my concern for the teachers. As people have stated, we are like a family here in SES, and as we see that we're fleshing out the high school students, I feel as if once all the freshmen are gone, all the freshman teachers are going to be gone, they're going to be struggling for a job, because it's not just students that are being impacted, it's teachers as well. People who have moved on from school, college, have functioning jobs, have functioning lives, responsibilities of their own, not just with the students at the school, but with their family and their own personal lives. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone at SES can comfortably live and move on with the school year, with the rest of their educational with the rest of their, sorry, I'm a bit nervous. With the rest of their, path and success. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone can get what they were offered and move on. That is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Roberto. Next, we have Danielle Dulkin, followed by Trisha Shelley.
Good evening, board, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. My name is Danielle, and I'm a high school history teacher at the School for Creative Studies. I'm here tonight to speak against the Growing Together proposal. After 5.5 years in a PhD program at UNC Chapel Hill, I quit. You'd see, I matriculated to Carolina to become an educator, and every moment I spent teaching my undergraduate classes was the most intellectually defining time of my doctorate experience. I quickly learned, however, that pedagogy isn't valued at R1 institutions, and faced with more student debt and an unpromising job market and higher level education, I turned my career aspirations towards settings where classroom instruction and student collaboration were not only prioritized, but celebrated. When I arrived at the School for Creative Studies High School, I felt a sense of relief and inspiration. Here was an educational space committed to nuanced instructional approaches for a dynamic high school population. I was struck by the intimate class settings, the personal relationships high schoolers developed with faculty, and the creative approaches both student and instructor brought to this unique high school experience, which my colleagues have carefully detailed in a letter that's been addressed to you. At the School for Creative Studies High School, pedagogy is central. Compared to UNC Chapel Hill, our high school lacks the resources of an esteemed public university, but the sheer ingenuity of the high school faculty at SES exceeds the instructional capabilities of my peers at the collegiate level. Every day I walk by classrooms where high school teachers are doing more with less, because teaching high school for this student population is their passion. It's now my passion too. The inspiration and passion I found at the School for Creative Studies High School does not easily transcend this setting. First and foremost, I am a secondary and post-secondary level instructor. I developed my craft in college classrooms, and my skill set best serves high school age students who are grappling with complex intellectual problem solving. I do not share the same enthusiasm for middle school education, and I will not be seeking employment as a middle school teacher should the school take that course. Secondly, I am an educator with diagnosed learning disabilities. It is my privilege to work with a broadly neurodivergent student population who learns like me. My life experiences make it possible for me to parcel materials into themes to make them more accessible for students struggling with ADHD or dyslexia, and none of these adjustments come at the expense of rigor. As stated, I was trained in a college classroom. I teach the high school the same way. Every student in my classroom rises to the challenges and meets me where I am. Before I go, I'd like to recognize that the intentions of Growing Together are altruistic, but intentions and impact aren't the same. Please take seriously the concerns raised by the people who must implement your design. We are the front lines of education, and to us, destroying one school to expand another doesn't sound like growing together at all.
Thank you. Next, we have Trisha Shelley, followed by Ron Baron, with following Following Ron will be Girja Mahajan.
Hello, board. Thank you for hearing our comments. I'm a 7th grade science teacher at the School for Creative Studies. I've been there since it started, since day one. So I'm OG, I'm a founder, super passionate, been in the same classroom, but seen so many faces come and go. And one of my biggest joys is to see students, that I saw since 6th grade, as Ms. Sims said, turn into whole adults, is just pure magic. And just to see them every day in the hall, I remember every single name, first and last. And so I'm just urging you to keep it the way it is, and perhaps make a different middle school, the northern equivalent of Rogersher, somewhere like Lucas or Carrington. Maybe could do that same role. They're even closer, more centrally located. And as others have said, it's a unique environment. There's really nothing else like it. There are some students that would get really lost in that huge high school setting, and the way it works out, it seems like our numbers are small, and it can be interpreted as a lack of interest. But it's really the kids who do have it they really need it. And it's like a niche that we've just perfectly found ourselves filling, that can't just be duplicated somewhere else or eliminated altogether. What else? I think that's all I had to say. But I just urge you to keep SCS the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Ron Baron, followed by Girja Mahajan, sorry, excuse me, and Catherine Goldstein.
Evening. Dear members of the board, my name is Ron Baron. I'm a father of a non-binary and gender non-conforming DPS kindergartner at Y. Smith. Durham Public Schools should not be spying on our students. This doesn't really seem like it should be a controversial statement, and yet here we are discussing whether we should continue to pay for gaggle software that does just that. The dangers of gaggle are not theoretical. Already, we have had one case, or at least one case, where a student was outed as queer to their highly unsupportive family. Such an action can and regularly does endanger the health, well-being, and even lives of LGBTQ young people. Some might say that any use of the internet carries with it zero expectation of privacy. Well, that is true to an extent. The use in this case is mandatory, and the software has no process of consent whatsoever. We cannot and should not be imposing it on our students. As a parent of some means in education, I can and will choose to purchase my student a home laptop on which to do their work, so that DPS cannot spy on them outside school bounds. But such an option is not available to most DPS families. I worry that we will therefore end up spying largely on those least able to avoid it. Moreover, such steps cannot prevent my student from being spied on in school. While Gaggle claims to remove student data upon termination of contract, it also uses data to train its AI software. By the very nature of such software, removal of the data itself does not roll back the training. Thus, our students' data is and will always be used to spy on them and on others. We should never have piloted this insidious software. We should have stopped its use the first time this board discussed this. We should do so now and with immediate effect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Girja Mahajan, and I have 2 children at EKPO. I'll make the same points today that I made last year at the Aftercare Town Hall Forum in July. We have a 2-part problem: internal disorganized program operations and a lack of coordinated local government and community action to address this issue as a collective crisis. So here we are again. Individual households of more than 13,000 DPS elementary students navigating this critical need by themselves or through their social networks. Who will be taking care of my DPS elementary student between the hours of 2:15 and 5 p.m. is a question that every single working family grapples with at some point in the school enrollment process. The petition and other comments address the specific communication and organizational challenges of community education. But I ask you, board members, Dr. Mbenga, other central office administrators, to move this issue from an individual household problem to a collective problem-solving effort. Form a task force with elected officials, staff, and community representatives from the city, county, school system, business, and nonprofit sectors to make a transformational improvement of the local aftercare infrastructure for DPS elementary school students and their working parents and caregivers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Catherine Goldstein, followed by Charles Wood, and last but not least, Theron Perkins.
Charles Wood, I just want to yield my time to Catherine. We're just going to split the order. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Catherine Goldstein. I am the mother to a second grader and twins entering DPS in 2024. I'm here today because I believe having a full-time job and sending your kids to Durham Public Schools should not be in conflict. But unfortunately, for hundreds of parents in the last 2 years, there has been a very deep and stressful conflict of having a job and sending your kids to public school. That's a direct result of a failure of the district to build a robust aftercare program that can meet the needs of this community. I'm also here on behalf of over 174 parents, grandparents, and community members who have signed a petition to you, our Board of Ed, which I emailed to you all this afternoon, demanding change to our aftercare program. We are dealing with a second year of infuriating tech problems, poor communication, and wait lists that started, in the case of my son's school, at 8:02 a.m. on the day it opened at 8 a.m. It is clear that this dysfunction is now the status quo and won't change without a serious intervention. As I saw listed today, there are still 330 kids on the after-school wait list. For myself and those who signed the petition, we don't want apologies and we don't want excuses, and we don't want to hear that people are working on it. This reality is unacceptable to us, and it should be unacceptable to you all too. Aftercare is facing systemic problems that will not fix themselves. Doing the same things over and over and expecting a different outcome is the definition of insanity. We need accountability and leadership from you, our board. In addition to demanding a better tech platform and clear communication, I would like to read you the two central demands of our petition. 1, 100% of after-school elementary wait lists cleared by the start of the 23-24 school year. And 2, in order to eliminate sign-up inequity, all students who sign up within a certain time frame in the spring of 2024 are guaranteed a spot for the 24-25 school year. No having to be at the computer at 8 a.m. Even if you're there at 8:05, you're out of luck. An open window of enrollment like we do with a lot of our programs. Anyone who signs up can get a spot. And this should also include students with disabilities or IEPs. We demand support for all families who need care. Anyone who works at DPS who tells you that this is too ambitious or not possible, I personally think should find another job. Anyone who says this is not that big a deal and that the school district has more important priorities, I'd remind them that other countries have safety nets and the US has mothers. Not building up this aftercare safety net disproportionately impacts single mothers and mothers in the workplace. Meeting these demands will require creative thinking, collaboration, partnerships, and potentially new funding solutions. We believe that with the board's commitment and leadership, we can accomplish these goals. I also believe investing in a great aftercare program that's available to all would be an amazing goodwill generator and a winning political issue for you all, and a great way to retain and attract families to our school system. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, Daron Perkins. And I please apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name.
Hey, how y'all doing today? I'm Theron Perkins. I have two kids that go to Shepherd Middle School, and I was coming up here to let you all know that Mr. Archer's doing a fantastic job at Shepherd. I mean, like, from the time you come in the morning, when you pull up to the school, normally you'll see him in the bus line, and we'll be joking about, like, sometimes he got his blue suit on, you know, he got a blue suit on, it's serious today, he put the brown shoes on with it, or he have his gray suit on. And the thing about it is, when you come to a school in the morning and you see discipline and you see structure, and not to say that they don't get to know their kids, I'm about to go into that as well, because they call the kids their kids. Understand there's a sense of pride and ownership in a teacher when they call it my student, or students say that's my teacher. So when you come in the morning, he may be in the bus line, but I'm a car line parent. And in the car line, you see a strong woman every single morning. And every morning when your kids step out the car, she speaks to your kid by name. Just like those kids that came here earlier were saying that they know their teachers. They speak to their kid by name, let them know that basically you are important. You're important, and this is going to be a good day today. See, the first time we talked to someone at Shepherd when we came over there, the one thing that person said, that counselor said, Shepherd is a good school. And we had been to another school, they never said that. She said, this is a good school, all the way to the point that even when you go to the teachers, the attitudes that the teacher has is uplifting. We had a teacher call us on a Sunday evening to let us know where our kid was, what they need to do. And one thing that stuck with me, what she said was, we can do this. Understand that she did not put that just on the kid. She was a teacher saying that we can do this, letting that kid know that, you know what, I am in the fight with you. And this attitude is that everybody in here knows that attitude is a direct product of leadership. That is coming from Mr. Archer himself. Understand that even the resource officer is taking time to get to know the kids. And that is the bridging the gap between officers and the kids in the community that we have today. And he's doing a fantastic job at that. And I can't say enough about how these teachers and administrators need to pat themselves on the back, because they are doing such a good job that they are instilling confidence and leadership in each and every one of them kids. And that's what I wanted y'all to know today.
Thank you. All right, and that concludes our general public comment. The next item on our agenda is our consent items. Board, there is a list of items here. The board has had an opportunity to review these items with staff before they're placed on our consent agenda. Board, what's your pleasure?
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Rogers, seconded by Ms. Byer. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. The next items on our agenda are all academic services. I'm gonna pass it over to you, Dr. Hardy, for the remainder of, I'm just kidding.
Thank you so much, board members, our community. At this time, I think all of the Growing Together team is in the room. I was trying to make sure that they all made it to the rear and are ready. If we could go ahead and pull up our presentation. Board members, this is before you this evening for information and discussion. The presentation is thorough and a lengthy one. We will go through the presentation and at the end, make sure that we have time for discussion as well as any additional questions that you may have for us. We'll go to the next slide, please. Tonight, we are pleased to share with you our recommendations for our secondary schools from the Growing Together initiative, which is a culmination of the work spanning almost 4 years. The district has examined the complex components of the school assignment policy, studied its impact on district and school demographics and academic outcomes, reviewed research and gathered community input to shape these recommendations. The Growing Together secondary application programs and secondary school boundary recommendations are designed to build upon the work of elementary Growing Together while maintaining our core values to the initiative: equity, access, and diversity within Durham Public Schools for each and every young person. All of this work has been shaped by input and feedback gathered from internal and external stakeholders across the Durham community. The DPS 2018 through 2023 strategic plan and seeks to coalesce a vision of integrated academics, school facilities, and student demographics. Let's take a moment to talk a little bit about the background and the why. Merger between Durham County and Durham City Schools occurred 30 years ago. Whenever you bring two entities together, some things are gained and some things are lost. DPS has not had a systemic review of our programs since that time. Durham is very different today than it was 30 years ago. Our policies and practices have not kept up with the evolution of Durham. What has resulted is inequitable access, disconnection between specialized programs, and complex and different rules. Although there have been some changes along the way, the changes were highly localized and designed to fix a problem in isolation. The strategic plan reflected and directed the need to examine the student assignment policy. Add to the fact that DPS has approximately 50% of the market share. By not addressing issues, this has allowed charter and private schools to edge into our public school market share. These recommendations will provide outstanding programming, position our students for success after graduation while increasing equity, access, and diversity within DPS. Next slide, please. Tonight, again, before you for information and discussion, we will discuss the boundaries for middle schools and high schools and review our student assignment. We will share the process and inputs that have shaped our recommendations. We will discuss our baseline data, provide those recommendations, and share them with you, as well as the impact of the recommendations and outcomes. Next slide, please. And one more. Growing Together is weaved in to all components of our current strategic plan. Priority 1, the academic programs, including and growing together and growing great schools together, are research-based and support positive student outcomes specifically for historically underrepresented groups. For priority 2, the Growing Together plan addresses the non-academic needs of our students, like leadership, communication, and decision-making through integrated programs. Priority 3, the Growing Together plan includes embedded and differentiated professional learning for our staff. Priority 4, this plan keeps neighborhoods together as they matriculate from elementary to high school. And finally, for priority 5, updates boundaries and provides effective and efficient use of our district's human and physical resources. Next slide, please. You will see here adopted in January of 2020 by our board, the addendum strategy, strategic plan addendum strategy, school boundaries, and student assignment. You will see specifically bullets 3 and 4 reflect the work of Growing Together in our secondary recommendations. Next slide, please. I'm going to ask the members in the back of the room to stand while I talk about them for a little while. This Growing Together cross-departmental team is the hardest working team in DPS. They have done a phenomenal job collaborating, working together, and know that they have had really constructive friction and discussion as we have shaped the recommendations that we're bringing to you. They have listened to our community, they have grappled with the challenges, and really have worked collaboratively together. And that takes a lot. They have spent hours and sacrificed time away from their own personal families to ensure that the families of DPS and our school communities could engage with us in the evenings, especially the month of April. I'm not sure any of them had dinner at their own homes because they were eating dinner in the car on their way to a community event. And so just want to acknowledge the hard work of this team and thank them very much. Next slide, please. Again, a reminder that tonight, this is before you for information and discussion. We will bring this back in June, and it is our hope that there will be a readiness for action at our June board meeting. Next slide, please. Growing Together is an interconnected project that has brought together Durham Public Schools and the Durham community to increase diversity, access, and equity across our schools and academic programs, and to respond to the overwhelming growth and change that has occurred in Durham over the past 30 years. Our school boundaries and magnet program placements have not significantly changed since the city and county merger. Growing Together aims to grow great schools together by strengthening every school in Durham Public Schools. In addition, the new boundaries and application programs have been established to prioritize the following: growth by responding to Durham County's incredible population growth by making the best use of our schools to relieve overcrowding. Diversity by reflecting our neighborhoods as they are in the 2020s, not in the 1990s. Equity by creating 5 comparable regions in Durham County with comparable academic programs. Access to application programs in pre-K by increasing the number of seats for those programs. Next slide, please. This slide outlines some of the operational benefits of Growing Together. We want to lift up these benefits before we get into the details of the plan. Addressing the growth in Durham County and plans for expansive growth, particularly in the East and Southeast. Provides equity of access aligned to application programs in elementary school. Expands access to application programs and reduces transportation mileage for the middle tier. And increases the demographic balance across the district at the secondary level. Next slide, please. To inform the recommendation that we are bringing forward this evening, the Growing Together team has collaborated with internal and external stakeholders, compiled data and research, and developed scenarios to address the needs. What we bring to you this evening is our best thinking on a plan that will be the first step in addressing our student assignment issues. Next slide. So now we're going to take a moment to hit some of the highlights of this work and the work of the team. So in 2019, the Growing Together project team was launched to address priority 5 of the DPS strategic plan. One of the first actions the board took was to update student assignment policy 4150 in December of 2021. The updated policy recommendations were informed by community listening sessions. The updated policy removed the complex rules for student assignment, implemented geographic regions, and provided a structured timeline for future review of boundaries of every 5 years. Utilizing the guidance provided in the updated policy 4150, the geographic regions were established and elementary boundaries were updated and adopted by the board in June of 2022. Last fall at the August board retreat, the board set expectations and directions for this work. At the same time, the Growing Together team with community stakeholders held regional meetings to develop the implementation rules for the elementary plan, which the board approved in January of 2023. This spring, the Growing Together team held community sessions in each elementary region to help families learn about the upcoming elementary changes and met with families in the secondary schools to get feedback on the secondary recommendations, which brings us to tonight. Next slide, please. And if you'll go forward one more. The first phase of the Growing Together plan focused primarily on elementary schools. As a review, these are the actions that have been taken since January 2023. Regions were established to provide equitable distribution of application seats, enrollment, and diversity across Durham County. In addition, regions allow us to provide regional access to our pre-K and our EC special programs. School boundaries were updated, which reduced the number of over and under-enrolled schools and incorporated our 2 new elementary schools. In addition, all schools, with the exception of WG, now have a residential school boundary, which establishes neighborhood schools across our district. Access was increased to application schools by adding boundaries to those schools, as well as increasing the total number of application seats. Also, each region has access to comparable application programs. Finally, a commitment was made to provide excellent experiences for all elementary students by ensuring that every elementary school student will have access to weekly visual and performing arts, weekly global languages instruction, and daily integrated STEM instruction. This elementary plan lays the foundation for greater academic success for all DPS students by meeting the diverse needs of our families and our communities at all schools, as well as through our specialized programs. Next slide, please. Since the board approved the Growing Together plan, the district has committed $2.5 million of our McKinsey Scott grant money towards professional learning, programming, and curriculum planning required for the new application programs and Growing Great Schools Together, which includes additional supplies for arts, global languages, and STEM. In addition, $1 million of the McKinsey Scott grant was set aside to offset transportation costs of this transition. Finally, additional personnel have been committed to the implementation of the Growing Together plan, which includes a new student assignment transportation coordinator, a coordinator for dual language integration and global languages, and a director of choice and innovation. Next slide, please. In implementing new specialized programming at existing schools, we have the following objectives in our professional learning plan. This PD strategy includes both long and short-term goals and a focus on sustainable programs. Professional learning will be embedded and not make excessive demands outside of the contracted hours for our staff. It will be holistic and engaging to the entire school staff. It will be differentiated by role and experience level. It will include formal training as well as collaboration with teachers from other schools, instructional coaching, and observation of experienced practitioners. All schools will be provided positions specifically for program support and teacher coaching. Planning will include stakeholder input and vertical alignment with program link for schools. At the elementary or primary years program level of the International Baccalaureate, schools will apply for candidacy and then begin implementing programming. When the school has the implementation at an appropriate level, a review will be requested from the International Baccalaureate Organization. Upon successful evaluation, the school will be an IB certified program. Next slide, please. The transitions at Little River will be phased in and gradual and will be guided throughout the process by an excellent team of certified Montessori trainers who are excited about a long-term and sustainable partnership that brings the training resources directly to Durham. Teachers will not be asked to travel or to use time outside contracted hours, and full certification will be spread across 2 years. Next slide, please. For DLI, current experienced DPS DLI staff will lead efforts to fully develop curriculum materials, starting with the earliest grade levels now, a year before implementation. Next slide, please. As we explore the options for secondary programming, we revisited the priorities that the board and community lifted up during the phase 1 of Growing Together to get an indication of where our board stood on these particular issues. Are these still the values and themes upon which we should build our secondary options? What we have noticed is that there are tensions between the priorities when we put that into an implementation plan. So we asked the board to help us where we lean into what our secondary implementation for Growing Together would look like. The August 2022 Board of Education retreat, the board completed an activity to shape the priorities for the secondary Growing Together plan. Phase 1, the Board of Education and Community wanted the following: diversity, schools to look like how Durham looks; choice, options from which to select; proximity, schools close to our home; and student enrollment, force families to make DPS their first and only choice. Next slide, please. From review of our activity with the Board of Education, we were able to glean the guidance from the board for the work for the secondary Growing Together, and you can see that displayed on your slide in those specific colors. This guidance shaped our work to ensure that our recommended programs, program placements, and boundaries created were representative of the diversity in our schools, that our Growing Great Schools priorities for all schools focus on social and emotional needs and school climate and culture, and the whole child, and that feeder patterns and the sibling and program links were prioritized. To reiterate, some of the strong preferences for middle school included holistic school experiences. If we'll go to the next slide, We'll see some of that strong academic focus for high school was an academic and career focus. This guidance shaped our work to ensure that for high school boundaries, that our high school priority included increased program access and quality in our schools, that the size of the school is a factor for DPS, and that there is tension between the complex legacy that the traditional holistic experiences may offer versus offering academic and special interest opportunities, which are valued by our students. And finally, consideration of access options for our specialty high schools and access were prioritized. These priorities also highlight the fact that the conversation about secondary schools only starts with the foundation of growing together. The plan that we share with you this evening is the foundation that will allow us to continue to address the needs of our secondary students. At this time, I would like to ask Ms. Sheena Cooper to come forward. She's the Director of Marketing and Strategic Communications and will take us through the next section of the presentation. Ms. Cooper.
Thank you and good evening. Next slide, please. Hearing directly from our families, staff, and other DPS stakeholders remained a priority as we began engaging our community around secondary programs and boundaries. During our Growing Together elementary sessions, the board provided feedback and guidance that we bring feedback from the community as part of our recommendation. In response to that, that's exactly what our team did. We designed engagement so that it could help shape and inform the recommendation being presented to you tonight. Next slide, please. The team deployed a multi-pronged approach to connect with and accommodate families, staff, and the community through in-person and virtual meetings, online surveys, and digital information and communication. You'll see before you the strategies our team utilized to ensure that we could receive feedback from our community. We launched engagement in March as we solicited input from our families and staff via a survey regarding secondary academic programs, and that yielded 3,189 responses. You'll hear more about the responses and how our team incorporated that feedback into the recommendation soon. To bring more families to the table to have the conversation regarding our secondary programs and boundaries, the team partnered with our school administrators to host meetings within each of our middle school and high school communities. Our principals were instrumental in sharing that information with families to help support those school level conversations. In addition, our elementary school principals also cascaded that information to our elementary families so they too could be a part of this conversation. In addition, our principals held meetings within their school communities for their staff to ensure that the Growing Together recommendation was shared amongst all of our stakeholders to deepen understanding. Our team also hosted internal meetings with our staff, including a virtual meeting for our central office staff, 2 district-wide virtual meetings for all DPS staff, and meetings with magnet coordinators, our curriculum and instruction team, as well as the superintendent's teacher advisory council. Outreach continued throughout the Durham community as we held several meetings in our community, a town hall at First Calvary Baptist Church, and a meeting at the Building Bridges event hosted by Merrick Moore Elementary. In addition, we had conversations with our DPS parent ambassadors, families of exceptional children, and the Superintendent's Student Advisory Council, as well as talking with local realtors and hosting a larger community-wide DPS meeting for stakeholders. The Growing Together team actively engaged over 1,000 families and staff through in-person and virtual meetings, as well as engaging families digitally through the DPS website, our online engagement platform engage.dpsnc.net, as well through email via the growingtogether@dpsnc.net address. Next slide, please. The Growing Together team partnered again with RTI International to help synthesize the feedback received from stakeholders during our engagement. Our community knows exactly what this team knows to be true, that this plan is truly the beginning. Growing Together lays a foundation that lets us continue to tackle issues of equity within our secondary schools to ensure that all schools are great schools. Several themes were consistently shared related to the proposal. If you could advance one, please. Our community expressed that clean feeder patterns and program links are valuable to families to create strong community ties to schools, and that they appreciate the plan will be a less disruptive transition. You'll see this reflected in the proposed rules for legacy students, sibling priority, and program links, as well as in the feeder patterns that create neighborhood and cohort cohesion. Our community also shared the importance of strong academic programs that enhance our students' achievement while providing a nurturing and supportive learning environment. Academic excellence and rigorous learning experiences through foundational programming like the arts, global languages, and STEM, as well as research-backed structures and programs that support the development of our adolescent learners and are conducive to facilitating positive school climate and culture is infused in our recommendation. One slide, please. Thank you, one more. Greater access to academic programs for families is critical, and ensuring that access through operational efficiencies like transportation and the equitable distribution of resources and comparable programs across the district is necessary. And last but not least, our community noted that providing our most valuable asset, our teachers, with the resources, training, and support needed to enhance learning for all students was important. Our teachers are essential to the success of Durham Public Schools. Building their capacity as we serve our students through growing together allows for sustainability of programs and stability within our school communities. I do want to acknowledge that additional feedback was provided by some of our community members expressing concern about certain aspects of the proposal that we were not fully able to address. In particular, the sentiments of the School of Creative Studies community. We are recommending a change in their program that you will hear more about in the presentation. We have also heard from families regarding specific boundary adjustments and questions about alignment with Montessori programs. We hope to address these later in the presentation as well. At this time, I'll pass it to Matthew Palmer, Executive Director for School Planning, Transportation, and Child Nutrition, who will provide baseline data on school buildings and student enrollment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper, and good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you. Next slide, please. I do want to start with just a snapshot review of where we are today in the year 2023. Growing Together, as you know, is a plan intended for the next 5 years, but as such, we really have to talk about our baseline, where we are today. There are many goals with this project, as we've discussed: growth, equity, access, and diversity. And on the next slide, we want to talk at first about the middle school level, take a review of that, of where we are in the year 2022, 2023. So at the middle school level, if you could on the next slide, thank you. We've organized our schools by region, and you can see both the boundary assigned schools as well as the lottery assigned schools. You have our northern region, central, east, southeast, and southwest. Here we've put together how students are assigned to those schools, the capacity of the schools, the current 2022-23 enrollment of the schools. And again, utilization is one of our key performance indicators. What is the enrollment divided by the capacity, or how efficient are we with the seats that we have? You can see that there is a range of our utilization by our middle schools, and those do correlate in some regard with the growth and development of the regions. And particularly notably, some of our middle schools in the Southwest region are exhibiting a lot of enrollment growth, as we would predict with our trends in residential growth and development. And that is one consideration we must make. How do we balance those resources that we have? We would call that efficiency. On the next slide, we want to talk a little bit about where we are with regards to our diversity and equity measures. Here we've identified our students that would be, by the state of North Carolina definition, identified as being food stamp eligible, Medicaid eligible, foster, homeless, or migrant students. And you can see that those percentages of students do range significantly by schools, from 22% all the way up to 64%. Now, that's a hard number to look at, and it is a reality of a data point that we must acknowledge that is present in our current day system of student assignment. That's much of why we're here this evening. This is for the middle school level. Next slide, please. At the high school level, there's deeper conversations as well. I want to name for the board here, and we will talk more this summer about our overall number of seats in the enrollment in high school. Out of nearly 12,000 seats at high school, we have 150 that are unallocated. That means we are at 99% utilization across the district. Yes, we're building New Northern High School, but we're going to have to keep coming back to this through this summer in our updates to the long-range facility plan. Next slide, please. This is what that utilization looks like right now. And an over-enrolled school means longer car lines for parents and students, additional lunch periods to service all students, and classrooms that at times, unfortunately, are not brick and mortar, but can be mobile classrooms. You can see across the board, our utilization in our regional high schools is significant, and in some instances, significantly beyond our built capacity. More than 200 students beyond at Jordan and Riverside. And again, we have a robust, successful, so you saw much of this evening, a robust, successful high school program. That also means that we're going to have to keep coming back to how do you balance those seats with our other objectives with efficiency and equity in mind. Next slide. Here again, when we look at socioeconomic indicators, you can see our clusterings of schools, those that are assigned by lottery versus those that are accessed by boundary. Using the same measures that we've indicated here, the identified student percentage, you can see our students that are eligible for food stamps, Medicaid, foster, homeless, and migrant. And that broken out by, again, those sort of thresholds of 33% and 50% to get a sense of where we are today. Again, we'll discuss later about how we got here, but this is much a reflection of the delay in action over the last few decades. Next slide. And with that, I'll hand it over to Dr. Julie Pack to walk us through the first phases of our secondary program recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Next slide, please. From the beginning of the Growing Together initiative, our community consistently provided feedback that all of our DPS schools should deliver great opportunities for every family. This idea became referred to as growing great schools together and creates a new baseline of experiences for all of our students. Next slide, please. As we begin to expand the work of Growing Together project from elementary to secondary schools, we are proposing a plan for all secondary schools that builds on the arts, global languages, and STEM integration at the elementary schools. That includes continued access to secondary arts and advanced art classes, continued access to global languages, language instruction, and advanced opportunities in middle and high school, including high school credit at middle school, advancing learning opportunities in STEM through individualized and specialized STEM electives and integrated STEM throughout the middle school day. Our community engagement made it clear that secondary families have concerns beyond the academic program at the secondary level. Therefore, the Growing Great Schools Together at secondary will include programs and structures that support the unique learning needs of the adolescent. Next slide, please. In Durham Public Schools, we believe that the young adolescent in middle school needs these things: a safe environment where they have opportunity to take risks, opportunities for affiliation and belonging, where young adolescents begin to understand how they fit into the larger society and develop the personal skills that support their emerging sense of self, and exposure to many different content options to discover what is meaningful to them and their initial passions. These assumptions are based in research, and we asked our community what structures and programs would support these key areas in middle school. And you can see here on the slide the input that we received from the focus groups with school personnel and students, in addition to over 3,000 survey responses. Next slide, please. Similarly, for high school, in Durham Public Schools, we believe that older adolescents have a unique set of needs, and those include identity development, where teenagers shape who they are and who they want to be, specialized skills and advanced learning opportunities, where those students take that exploration that they did in middle school and hone their passions with purposeful, flexible pathways, and preparation for life after high school, where students graduate career and college ready and possess non-academic skills like decision-making, adaptability, and social emotional intelligence. These assumptions, again, are based in research, and we asked our community what structures and programs would support those needs, and they're here for you on the screen. Next slide, please. The next few slides will walk you through the proposed secondary application programs and their placements. Next slide, please. So as you will recall, the Growing Together plan at elementary school expands access to 4 specific application programs: year-round dual language immersion or DLI, International Baccalaureate or IB, and Montessori. In this slide, we are going to begin to walk you through our thinking about how to provide program continuity from elementary to middle to high. Let's start with dual language. So the dual language immersion program currently exists in 3 elementary schools. However, their cohorts have not matriculated to the 5th grade. They're currently in their 3rd grade year. The Growing Together plan adds DLI for each region, with an existing program at Southwest converting to an application program. The new DLI programs will start in 24-25 in kindergarten, so those students will not be in middle school until the year 2030-2031. Currently, there are not DLI application seats at the middle school, and the recommendation is to add a DLI program at a middle school initially to meet those needs of those first DLI students emerging from elementary school. High school DLI would be addressed through aligned language courses and advanced courses rather than a cohort approach. Next, we'll look at International Baccalaureate program. The IB program was expanded from 1 to 2 schools in the elementary Growing Together plan to equate to a total of 168 rising 6th graders in the 25-26 school year. Currently, there are 546 IB seats in middle school, which is a little over 180 per grade level. And there are currently more than enough seats to meet the increased demand from the additional IB elementary school. So the recommendation is to maintain the current number of seats at middle and high school. Next, we'll look at Montessori. The Montessori program was expanded from 2 elementary schools to 3 under the elementary Growing Together plan to equal a total of 190 rising 6th graders in the 25-26 school year. Currently, there are 100 seats in 6th grade with a school max of 300 seats based on the facility. So the recommendation is to maintain the current Montessori seats at Lakewood and create additional seats. Next slide, please. Finally, the elementary Growing Together plan increases the number of year-round elementary schools from 3 to 7. In the 25-26 school year, we will have 708 rising 6th graders leaving elementary school. Currently, we have 329 year-round seats in middle school. Therefore, the recommendation is to add additional year-round seats at middle school. Currently, there is no waiting list for high school year-round seats, so there is no need to add year-round seats at high school. In considering our secondary Growing Together proposal, if you'll advance one click, the team analyzed 10 years of data around year-round programming in DPS. The data show a lack of utilization of the priority link from middle school year-round to the high school program, as well as a high attrition rate from 9th to 12th grade. In addition, we also researched the experiences of other North Carolina school districts with year-round programming. The data suggests that a year-round calendar is not a consideration that families have prioritized over other factors in making high school choices. The experiences of other districts demonstrate some of the same obstacles and challenges to year-round high school programming that we are experiencing. Currently, there are 77 year-round schools within 19 North Carolina public school districts. Out of those districts, only DPS and Cumberland County currently offer high school year-round options. Cumberland County also experiences a similar attrition rate to creative studies, and all small comprehensive high school environments present challenges in terms of staffing, providing equitable academic offerings, fielding athletic teams, and having proximity of other schools in their same conference for competition. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the talking points that we just went over in terms of how to select what facilities. So as you can see, there's additional capacity needed for year-round, particularly in the northern and eastern region. There's additional capacity needed for DLI, since there is not currently DLI, preferably near the central region. There's additional capacity needed for Montessori, and particularly in the north and eastern region. And we have met our need currently for the International Baccalaureate. Next slide, please. So on this slide, you will see the middle school program placement recommendations. To address the additional year-round seats, it is recommended that the School for Creative Studies transition to a 6-8 rather than 6-12 year-round middle school serving the north and central regions. Rogers-Hur will continue to operate as a year-round middle school and serve the southeast, southwest, and central regions. All other programs at the middle school level will serve all regions, and they include Brogden, hosting a DLI cohort program, where students will continue their Spanish immersion experience in 50% of their classes, and the whole school will engage in cultural activities to create community connections. Shepherd will continue to offer the International Baccalaureate program with a focus on interdisciplinary learning and critical thinking and access to global languages, including French, Spanish, and Mandarin. Lakewood will continue to offer their Montessori program, and Lucas will be added as a Montessori program, capitalizing on the natural resources of the campus, as well as the proximity to the Traburn Corporate Park. We will also continue the middle school program at Durham School of the Arts and the middle school program at Ignite Online Academy. Next slide, please. We want to take a moment to talk about the Lucas Montessori vision. In considering Montessori programming for the adolescent learner, it is important to recognize that all students who have matriculated through a Montessori elementary program are well equipped to succeed in any learning environment and should be encouraged to pursue any academic and career interests they may have. That all students can succeed in a Montessori learning environment, and Montessori schools are not only for some children. Montessori philosophy is firmly grounded in following the child, and in consideration of the changing needs of adolescent learners, Montessori education for an adolescent changes in some significant ways from elementary. And finally, there are a number of valid interpretations of best practice for Montessori adolescent learning practices within the community of Montessori practitioners and scholars. That being said, DPS is committed to providing learning environments at the middle school level that specifically build on the skill set of a student that has experienced Montessori previously and yet is still accessible and valuable to all students. Both programs at Lakewood and Lucas will provide quality educational experiences grounded in the same Montessori principles and guided by experts and experienced practitioners. The goal is to develop programming at Lucas that is complementary, not competitive, to the established program at Lakewood, and facilitate exciting partnerships between the two schools. Certified Montessori trainers and practitioners have reviewed the plan for Lucas and have found it to be viable and sustainable path to transition an existing middle school into an authentic Montessori environment. Both Lakewood and Lucas will be open to seats district-wide for families from Watts, Moorhead, and Little River. All of those students can enter the lottery with priority for either program. Additionally, those families all have access to a neighborhood middle school with diverse academic and extracurricular opportunities or other specialized programs throughout possible lottery placements. You may notice that the term Montessori aligned is no longer used. As part of our community engagement, we realized that in an attempt to communicate the plan for Lucas was under development, that we unintentionally confused the community and had an unintended effect. The plan for Lucas will fit within the accepted philosophy and vision for the secondary Montessori practices. Next slide, please. This slide shows the high school program placements, and they will all be district-wide and include continuing the International Baccalaureate program at Hillside High School, continuing the 4 early college options, including J.D. Clement Early College, Middle College, City of Medicine, and Durham School of Technology. All of these schools offer the students the opportunity to earn an associate's degree along with their, or an equivalency of 2 years of college credit along with their high school diploma. And 2 of these schools, Durham School of Technology and City of Medicine, help students to go deep in the STEM. We're going to continue the Durham School of the Arts high school program, lean into and enhance the Energy and Sustainability program at Southern School of Energy and Sustainability, and another opportunity for students to go deep in STEM. We're going to continue to offer the online program at Ignite and the option to enter the application-based CTE pathways for the listed programs here on the screen. Next slide, please. This slide shows us the summary of the schools with program changes under the Growing Together secondary proposal. So as you can see, as part of the Growing Great Schools Together, all middle schools would have enhanced academic programming that includes daily STEM. Programs and structures would be provided to support the adolescent learner and have enhanced STEM electives at middle and high school. Brogdon would add an application program for DLI. Lucas would add an application program for Montessori. And the School for Creative Studies would convert from a 6-12 school to a 6-8 school, but they will maintain their magnet programming. And finally, next slide. In response to some of the frequently asked questions, we do want to emphasize the following things are not changing under this proposal. There will be STEM programming at all schools, but in particular, Neal and Lowe's Grove will maintain their STEM program and an inquiry-based instruction. The Creative Studies programming will maintain, as we said, with the exception of the middle school year-round program. All other schools programs at the middle and high school level will be open district-wide. And we will continue the opportunity for CTE pathways to be available based on industry demand, student interest, and available funding. At this time, I'll pass it back to Mr. Palmer.
Thank you, Dr. Pack. I want to reset the board and our public on a couple principles when we talk about school boundaries. It's conventional and normal and human to look at a map and decide if we like it or not, but a map says so much more about our values. Right? And when we think about school boundaries in particular, there are 3 key ingredients that I want to name here. Yes, we need to be thinking about where our kids live and the size of our buildings and where those are located. But even more than that, as you've heard from Dr. Pack and Dr. Hardy this evening, a clear vision for academics is really the backbone of a school boundary and student assignment plan. And so we take those 3 components, the planning triangle, if you will, the academic program, our students and our facilities, and we bring all that together. So as we share our boundary recommendations, please recognize that these reflect deep thought and intentionality on the vision for the academic program, details about our students and our buildings. Next slide, please. We are trying to do a lot with school boundaries. These are some of the priorities that we are weighing out. No one of these priorities, and I'll name them here, is dominant, and yet no one has been skipped for consideration. We're looking at all facets of this. When we call this a comprehensive plan, it is comprehensive in that we're trying to think of many different things, and not trying, but we are doing. If you would tab 1 slide, please. Thank you. Again, no one priority dominates, but all are considered. That would include the alignment of our academic programming, our intentionality around fair choice, our feeder patterns from the elementary to middle to high school levels, providing neighborhood access when possible, particularly for our youngest learners, working within the confines of the law with regards to socioeconomic balance. There are hard constraints there. Thinking about our facilities, our enrollment, and our capacities, and being efficient with our transportation. We've heard very much from the board and the community that particularly at that elementary and middle school level, when our students are closer to home, it's a benefit for the community. Next slide, please. What we have here is a feeder pattern table. You can see across the top by region, our northern region, northern and central, southeast, southwest, and eastern Durham, our regional high schools, and the middle and elementary schools that feed into those high schools. What's exciting is that in large part, and for the majority, our recommendations are ensuring consistent feeder patterns and cohesive learning communities from elementary to middle to high school. We'll then, on the next few slides, go through what the maps look like in conjunction with this feeder table. Next slide. On the left before you is our current middle school boundary map. You can see that much of that sort of focuses in on central Durham, and particularly the current intersection with Alston Avenue and 147 is the merger of 4 middle school boundaries today. You can also see the distances from some of those boundary edges in our middle schools. On the right, if you would tab one slide, you'll see our recommended boundary maps for middle school. On the next slide, I'm going to walk you through that and narrate it from the northern region to the southern region. So in pink, we have Lucas Middle School, which is served 50% boundary and 50% lottery access. The shaded regions that you see there, those are hash markings, those indicate any deltas or changes from before to today. Lucas is being fed by Mangum, Little River, and Sandy Ridge. And also in Northern Durham, we have Carrington Middle School. Here proposed to be fed by Eno Valley, Hillendale, Easley, and Holt. What's exciting to bring to the board and the administration and our parents and kids is that these boundary recommendations in Northern Durham do not require students to cross I-85 to get to school. That's going to help a lot with getting to school on time. In our central region, we have Brogden Middle School, fed by E.K. Poe, George Watts, Club Boulevard, Y. Smith, and Eastway. There is a segment there of Forest View, which the board will recall in 2019, we boundary adjusted from Githens to Brogden. And that is consistent with this recommendation. Those students are closer to Brogden than Githens, and we felt it was important for legacy considerations to stabilize those families. In Eastern Durham, we have boundary recommended for Neal Middle School, fed by Glen, Spring Valley, Merrick Moore, Oak Grove, and Bethesda. The majority of the boundary adjustments that you see here are around the Bethesda area. Currently, students that attend Bethesda Elementary School have to cross 147 and I-40 to get to Lowe's Grove. This keeps them closer in the eastern region and prevents them having to cross highways and enhances the overall diversity of Neal as well. In our southeast region, we have Shepherd Middle School and Lowe's Grove Middle School. Shepherd being a wonderful international baccalaureate program supported by the IB program at Burton, as well as R.N. Harris and Fayetteville Street, 50% boundary and 50% lottery as with our other application middle schools, and Lowe's Grove being fed by Parkwood, Pearsontown, and Lyons Farm. In our southwest region, we have Githens Middle School being fed by Creekside, Murray Massenburg, Hope Valley, Southwest, C.C. Spalding, and Forest View, as well as Lakewood Middle School. Again, 50% boundary and 50% lottery with access through Lakewood Elementary and Moorhead Montessori. Next slide, please. At a high school level, the boundary that we currently have today, again, are much the sort of legacy of merger in the early 90s. As with middle school, you can see that sort of focal point in central Durham. That does necessitate many of the longer ride times our students experience. On the right, you'll see our recommended boundary map for high school, and we'll walk through it on the next slide. Here, Northern High School is also in pink, and you can see the lines that undergird our polygons or our boundaries. Those are our middle school boundaries. So Northern High School would be supported in large part by Lucas, as well as the northern sections of Carrington and that area right across the street from the new Northern High School, which is set to open here in just a few months, which is predominantly the Holt boundary region right across the street from Northern High School. For Riverside and Green, you see that being supportive of our northern region as well as our central region. Again, as before, the shaded areas reflect some adjustments from before to after from a boundary map perspective. In our eastern region, we have Southern High School being supported by Neal Middle School. Again, we have a consistent feeder pattern from that elementary to middle to high school levels here. In Southeast, we have Hillside High School. I should say the Hillside High School, forgive me, being fed by the IB program at Shepherd, as well as Lowe's Grove Middle School. And I do want to name again that part of our student assignment plan does include international baccalaureate seats accessible through the lottery at Hillside. And in our Southwest region, we have we have Jordan High School being fed by Githens Middle School and Lakewood Montessori. I did want to go back to one other point in addition to the IB program at Hillside. The proposal includes lottery seats for our School of Sustainability and Energy at Southern High School, 400 lottery seats at both Southern and at Hillside. Next slide, please. Something that we do want to name in the room is that transportation is a consideration for us all. We are aware of it and we are working on it every day. That being said, our level of service considerations, whether it is a doorstop, a neighborhood stop, or an express stop for our families in our schools, we recognize that today that is variable by school and by level. We do seek to enhance and bring consistency to that level of service. It is entirely dependent not only on the decisions made by the board with regards to boundaries, but also the number of drivers we have. And we would encourage again for the board and the administration to be mindful that we are here for boundaries, but we will be coming back to you to talk about the quality and level of service we're able to provide to our families. In addition, the alignment of feeder patterns is an incredible opportunity to provide, to be as efficient as we can with our transportation resources. And the consistency of feeder patterns that we've shared with you this evening and the boundaries will allow us to provide better and more consistent service. And again, hearing the board's comments as well as those from the public, we recognize that for elementary and middle and high school, we might think about transportation priorities differently. For our youngest learners, when we can keep them closer to home, that helps with shorter ride times. At a middle school level, we're beginning to explore, as you heard from Dr. Pack and Dr. Hardy, about the need to have an opportunity to explore, but again, when possible, keeping our middle school students nearer to home is beneficial for their learning and the school community cohesion. And lastly, that at the high school level, that is really preparing for life after high school, and program fit is paramount. You will see some of our boundary recommendations having longer ride times for our high school students, but we are particularly excited about the gains and efficiencies at middle school that we'll discuss later. Next slide, please. And with that, let me hand it over to Director Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer, and good evening, everyone. It's good to see you tonight. In the next section, we will review the proposed implementation rules for access of our secondary programs in schools. And these rules were developed by building on the finalized elementary Growing Together rules of access that were approved by the board in January. And we can go to the next slide, please. And as I move through, if you could just advance as I narrate the slide. Before we get started with the rules, I would want to take a moment and to illustrate the various pathways that students can take as they matriculate through Durham Public Schools through the entire Growing Together plan. So an elementary school student may begin at their neighborhood school and go on to attend their neighborhood middle school or their neighborhood high school. Similarly, an elementary student attending an application school can go on to attend an application middle school and an application high school. And I know I'm moving fast, just tab as I go. And they also have the option to attend a CTE pathway as they explore their career interests, as they begin to develop those career interests. An elementary school student attending a neighborhood school also has the choice to attend an application school for school as well as an application school for high school. And again, having that option to apply for a CTE pathway for high school. And finally, an elementary school student attending an application school can go on to attend their neighborhood middle school. And students attending an application middle school can go on to attend a neighborhood high school or explore a CTE pathway. And I'll take a moment, and as you digest the options, there is a reason. And while that was fun to walk you through, this is an illustration of our work. In 2019, when the Growing Together initiative began, we started by listening and learning from our community, and we made a commitment to realign our student assignment policies with that of the values of our Durham community. And this is what you see before you, and you can continue to slide as go through this slide. This is what you see before you. We are proud to bring before you a proposal that honors the shared values of our community by offering equitable access to our neighborhood schools, as well as our application programs in schools that will support each Durham Public School student as they complete their journeys towards graduation. Next slide, please. And now we will review the implementation rules for our secondary schools. In alignment with the elementary Growing Together rules, 4 categories were considered for our draft proposed rules for our secondary programs, and those include legacy, sibling, program links, and calendar links. So we'll start with legacy. And again, as a reminder, legacy is a term that we use to describe those students that won't be impacted by the changes. So for middle school, in the year 25-26, 7th and 8th graders will remain at their currently assigned middle school through the 8th grade. And our new boundary students will enter the 6th grade during this 25-26 school year. And very similarly for our high school students, 9th grade students that are 9th graders in the 24-25 school year will remain at that high school through graduation in the 12th grade. And our new boundary students will enter the 9th grade again in the 25-26 school year. And you'll see the chart at the bottom that will help to illustrate how this may all play out. And if you take a look at the chart, you will see that, again, that first year that the new boundary students would enter middle or high school would be 25-26. Students seated by the lottery for a middle or high school program other than the School for Creative Studies High School can expect to continue that program as long as they continue to meet any established criteria of that school. And with regards to the School of Creative Studies, in order to transition away from high school programming at the School for Creative Studies and in alignment with our other schools, our recommendation is to allow the 24-25 freshman class at the School for Creative Studies to matriculate through graduation in the 27-28 school year, at which time this class of seniors would be the only high school class served at the school. Students who participate in the high school programming at the School for Creative Studies will continue to access the specialized electives and certainly the graduation courses that they would need. However, the ability to honor this commitment to families is contingent on the number of students that choose to remain at the School for Creative Studies through graduation. Next slide, please. In addition to legacy, we have draft rules for sibling, program, and calendar links. There are 2 sibling draft rules. For middle school, siblings of students enrolled in a year-round calendar school will receive sibling priority for year-round schools serving their region. And for families with multiples, siblings that are multiples will have sibling priority at the middle school level. And at the high school level, they will apply without sibling link again as they start to develop their individual interest. It is also recommended to maintain the calendar and program links from elementary to middle for year-round, IB, DLI, and Montessori, as well as the program link for our IB program from middle to high school. And finally, as with the elementary implementation rules, it is recommended that an opt-out process be developed for those students who are boundaried for a whole school program such as IB Montessori and year-round. Next slide, please. And this slide demonstrates the proposed program links, which provide priority in the lottery for students who have participated in a particular educational environment. This link, appropriate to the developmental level, supports previous educational experiences of students and helps schools to collaboratively work together as they support learning continuity of students. And with that, I will pass it back to Mr. Palmer to take us through the next section.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. We did want to bring to the board, the administration, and the community as well, a very candid and transparent conversation about the accrued benefits of the proposal, implications that would have for our students in our community. On the next slide, let's go to that. We have implications as it relates from middle school data, both sort of reminding the board where we are today, as well as any enhancement that the proposal boundaries may bring. Next slide. Thank you. As before, we've laid out our middle school programs by region. You can see those here. Once again, we are considerate of the capacity of our middle schools, as well as the enrollment that is projected or planned for our middle schools. What we have given consideration to, again, if you look to the far right, you can see our existing today, this year utilization, and those rates vary between 59% and 100%. What we are sharing with our planned utilization for 25-26, you see those, there are significant gains across the board. We would note that with Lowe's Grove, notably in that instance, we are, I think you've heard from us really from the beginning, mindful of the residential growth that is ongoing throughout, in particular, Eastern and Southeastern Durham. And this positions the district to accommodate that growth as we move forward. In addition, we've been mindful not only of the boundary students that are attending middle schools, but also the lottery seats in conjunction. Again, reminding the board that when we're looking at the capacity of the school, we're thinking about the boundary seats plus the lottery seats, and where do we land with utilization correspondingly. Next slide, please. Here we're being mindful of the resources that our students have access to at a neighborhood level. When we talk about neighborhood median family income, what we're describing is based on census data historically, what are the resources that students living in a particular neighborhood may have access to? Again, this is not individual student data as we discussed earlier. This is really looking at sort of neighborhood resources and getting a good sense of what are likely to be the indicators currently, as you see here, in a baseline 22-23 versus with our proposed boundaries for 25-26. Overall, across the district, you can see our median family income at a district level is right around $75,000. The gray bars that you see reflect our current baseline measures by school, and our navy blue bars represent gains that we're seeing through the proposed boundaries. What's exciting is to see those incremental gains at nearly every school. What we would note, and this is to be transparent with the board and with the public, is that we are seeing lag data when we're using census data for some of the revitalization within the central region. And we're mindful that when we're considerate of Brogdon here, remembering that not only are we locating a DLI program there, but Brogdon is supporting the central region. And so we are mindful that over time, we do plan and anticipate that this is bending towards the arc of equity for the long term. Next slide. What it also is important to just pause for a moment and recognize is that for our application programs at the middle school level, we've had many questions from the board and the public about our application seats by school and what we're thinking on with regards to lottery access to those schools. Here we've laid out the total lottery seats by school, as well as the priority lottery seats. And I want to name that. Words are important. And when we say priority lottery, those would be matriculating students from elementary to middle school that would be matriculating from a given program, and this would be given prioritized assignment in the lottery. But again, as we've discussed here, the regions of eligibility, you can see here, the majority of our middle school programs are district-wide, with the year-rounds being accessed through regions of eligibility. We also have open lottery seats that would remain after the priority lottery seats are seated. Next slide, please. At a high school level, we'll do the same. We'll walk you through the boundary recommendations along with the utilization impacts by school, and then the demographic considerations as well. Next slide. So as before, the darker gray shading on the far right shows you where we are at baseline with utilization. You can see the severe overcrowding at several of our schools. And in large part, we're able to address that overcrowding with our projected utilization for 25-26. Again, utilization being our enrolled students divided by the capacities of the schools. Next slide. Here we're demonstrating the implications for our efforts to balance out socioeconomics, working within the confines of what we can do with boundaries. Notably in Southern Durham, whereas in present day, Jordan and Hillside High School, median family incomes are more than $25,000 apart. Here, they're actually exactly equal, which is a big gain for our efforts to promote efficiency and equity at the same time. They don't have to be in contradiction. In addition, we're seeing gains in Eastern Durham as well. And I did want to note, as with the conversation on Brogdon, some of the Riverside data is lagged because we're using census data. And we feel confident that in the long-term Riverside will be comparable with our other regional high schools as it relates to median family income. Again, to remind the board and the public, the gray bars represent our baseline data and our blue bars represent the implications for growing together. Next slide, please. In addition to that school level measure that we're thinking about enrollment and equity, we also want to talk a little bit about what are the benefits for our families and our communities on a more personal level. Next slide, please. So we have heard from the board, from the public, and from our own faculty and administration, the recognized desire to be as minimally invasive as possible for our middle and high school students, thinking about their socio-emotional wellness and well-being. These are students who have been through a global pandemic and are with us today. And when we can ensure that they are able to finish out their middle and high school pathways, that's a benefit for all. In addition, there are adjustments for the middle and high school levels, as you see here, for 25-26. So approximately 750 students at the middle school level and 530 at the high school level. Next slide. With regards to transportation, we don't want to belabor the point or park on it, but we do want to point out that there are massive gains to be seen at our middle school level with shorter ride times that are ensuring that students are in school or at home rather than on a long bus ride. That also helps because we have a 3-tiered structure. When we save at middle school, it not only helps ensure that the middle schoolers are at school on time, but it also helps with our high schoolers getting on time as well. So it's doubly beneficial. We have over 5,000 students that are saving more than a mile and over 2,000 that are saving more than 3 miles with the proposed plan here. At the high school level, as discussed earlier, we do see a few longer ride times. We recognize that, again, program fit is paramount, as well as our other ambitious goals with regards to balancing equity and diversity at a school level. So this is some trade-offs that we're being mindful of. Again, a comprehensive plan is looking at all of this together. Next slide. This is a map just showing you where those middle school benefits are accrued. And I'll name that in particular, when we are mapping out some of our neighborhoods with lower resources at a median family income level, those are some of our largest gains. Shorter ride times for some of our families living in downtown Durham as well as in Southern Durham. And we would deem those to be wins not only closer to school, but more diverse, equitable schools as well. Next slide. And so to kind of bring this back around, Dr. Hardy opened with it, and I did want to name again, across the board, when we're thinking about a comprehensive plan with these ambitious goals of growth, equity, access, and diversity, we're able to bring that to the board and to the administration and to the public and say, no one of these priorities dominates, but we are mindful of all. On growth, we are planning for the future. with regards to equity, we're able to locate those academic application programs and provide neighborhood access to students that would benefit the most from direct access, not having to apply, but by having by right access. We're able to balance out some of our diversity objectives as well at the school level. We're seeing median family income gains across the board to bring it more in line with the district level averages. And we have shorter ride times for our kids. That's a big win. It does bear to say again, when we're thinking about application seats, that we're bringing those across the board and aligning those feeder patterns as well. Next slide. So tonight we brought forth a comprehensive plan that has 4 core recommendations associated with it. The vision for the academic program, our program placements in conjunction with that academic program, our recommendations for school boundaries, and the rules of access that commensurate with those changes. Next slide. With that, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, and thank you to our board for your patience to allow us to go through the entire presentation this evening. I know that we have said it frequently throughout the presentation, but just to close, know that this initiative was truly developed and initiated to ensure that we improve equity and access to educational opportunities across DPS for each and every family. That is the core of what we are trying to do. This team has worked diligently to listen to the feedback from our board and from our community, and we have shared with you our best thinking that is anchored in lots of conversation, research-based practices, and this is our recommendation to you tonight. This is for review and discussion in preparation for a final recommendation and approval and hopefully adoption at our next board meeting in June. I'll turn it over back to Chair Umstead.
Thank you, Dr. Hardy, and to your whole team. We know this has been, as you all said, years in the making. Since 2019, we've been working on this plan. And the breadth of the presentation really highlights all of that work. Board members, this is before us for discussion tonight. So we are open to ask questions for Dr. Hardy and her team, and will be brought back in June for a vote. Ms. Rogers, would you like to begin?
Thank you all so much. I guess first for the very comprehensive plan of redistricting and for spending your April out in the streets. That was no easy task, and we asked for it and you delivered. So thank you so much. And our community asked, so much appreciation. I'm excited about these changes. They're necessary for Durham at this time. But I do have a few questions. My first question would be sort of around on slides 59 and 42, we talked about the transitions and the feeder schools. Is there going to be programming and work available that is allowing families to see what Brogdon has in terms of DLI, specifically from those DLI programs and from the year-round programs going into those other, the middle school year-round programs? Will there be opportunity for student families to see what that looks like before the application process and tours and things of that nature? SES is keeping their programming for middle school. Will there be demonstrations either push in to the year-round elementary schools that will in the northern region that will allow people to really have an understanding about what School of Creative Studies stands for as a comprehensive middle or as a middle school? And specifically, will SES get some extracurricular activities that match Rogers Her? Since they'll have 700 middle school students, athletics, all things of that nature. So those are my questions there.
Would you like for the pause in between each one or? I was gonna-
I don't know if you want me to give them and then you answer. I don't know.
We can, it's the pleasure of the board in terms of how you would like us to respond. I think we can respond to those three questions. I'm going to ask Dr. Pack to come up. I'm going to start with the latter question first. I think it's our intention that SES become a comprehensive middle school with all that entails. And we want to make sure that we're honoring. On one of the slides, we talk about the wellness and the programming that we expect to happen in our middle schools, and that would be the case for School for Creative Studies. I think your first question was specific to the timeline in terms of access to programming at the middle school level regarding dual language and how that timeline would work. And so it is our intention to ensure that we develop a timeline so that families have the opportunity to know and understand what's happening in our schools as they are thinking through that process. And so one of the things that we are planning, which is part of the implementation phase, is what does our showcase of schools look like? How do we ensure that that gives families the opportunity to see what the new programming is going to be in preparation for entering the new lottery in addition to tours? And so it would be our intent to ensure that, just as we have been doing with some of our programs, that is more deliberate, strategic, and expansive, because we would have new programming. So families really go in eyes wide open in terms of making the best decision for their youngster. They are their child's first teacher, so they know their babies the best, and then they can match what they know about their youngster to the programming that makes the most sense, and then go through that application process. So I'm sorry.
No, the only thing that I would add to that is that because we've already named Brogdon as the DLI school, they have the opportunity now to build that relationship with all of the DLI elementary schools, so that as students matriculate through this program, they already begin to have a relationship with Brogdon. And so then they're ready to take that program there. So those programs will exist in concert with each other and have cooperative relationships. And the same with the year rounds. And I think you said something about creative studies, and I envision the same thing with the creative studies folks reaching out to their regional elementary schools.
So just so we're clear, we're relying on the educators and the administrators to build and facilitate those relationships. Or is the district level going to do something to help facilitate that?
So we are responsible at the district level for brokering some of those relationships and making sure that those strategic partnerships are initiated. And then the growth of those partnerships would continue based on that initiation of relationships. We try to make sure, when you think about the showcase of schools, part of that day is for families to start to see by grade span, but also by program, what we are able to offer in Durham Public Schools and where those connections are. Those connections are even more deep moving forward, because now, if adopted, we will have clear pathways from elementary to high, really bringing neighborhoods together, but still also honoring choice, access, and flexibility. If there are program choices that you think are best suited for your youngster, you may not choose your neighborhood school, but you might choose an application school because of the needs of your particular child, and that you have that flexibility, kind of honoring not only the equity that's the foundation of this work, but access to programming as well. And the Office of Magnet will be supporting that as well. And remember, you have approved a new director position in that office. Thank you, Dr. Pack.
Thanks. You might need to come back. Okay, so I appreciate all that. I have a question about the middle school STEM being embedded into inquiry-based teaching. Very much appreciative of that work. Can you tell us some about the training techniques and implementation that's going to happen there? Will they have to spend extra time outside of their work time? Because we talked about that with the Montessori, and the timeline of that training. And will the principals be deciding how that's rolled out?
Excellent question. And Chair Umstead and I talked a little bit about this yesterday. I know that many of our questions are really around the implementation of what happens after. Our hope is that there's some readiness in June to approve the boundaries. There will be opportunities throughout next year. It's our intent at a minimum, you will have quarterly updates along with the strategic plan updates. And so one of the things that we tried to do today is at the beginning, there are some slides that actually share with you what we have been able to do since your approval in January. So we want to make sure that our board and our community know that one of the reasons we've been bringing this to you so early is to ensure that we have time to ensure that implementation is just as tight as the broad plan, and also give us the opportunity to continue to provide you updates, which means that you can continue to provide us feedback as that plan is coming to fruition. Specific to your question around professional learning, we allocated several dollars in our Mackenzie Scott donation specific to professional learning, which is actually beginning this summer. So we've sent our splash information out to DPS. That is the initial beginning of professional learning, and teachers are being compensated for that professional learning. So it's our intent that we will begin that professional learning now with teachers, especially around STEM, so there's seamless integration. There are also dollars specifically in the Growing Together alignment, a line item in the Mackenzie Scott for actual instructional materials in the area of arts and STEM education too. So there will be an opportunity for that professional learning to start early. There is going to be an expectation and a requirement that teachers who are in those grades have completed that professional learning, and a plan to ensure as we are onboarding new teachers that they participate in that professional learning as well, so that we are not seen with a gap of educators that are not aware of the philosophies that we expect. It's our intent to build a plan that is embedded into what they already do, which is one of the reasons, for example, with Montessori, we partnered with that group, I think outside of Charlotte. Y'all need to come closer so I can see. I'm like, where are they? So that our teachers are not going to have to travel, for example, for Montessori. So we have Dr. Pack and Dr. McCrimmon who might add to that as well.
Wonderful job. Did you have any follow-up?
I would just like to, excuse me, I'd just like to add that one of the first pieces of the work that we want to do in addition to the professional development is to take a look at what we're already doing well in Durham Public Schools. And so the curriculum and instruction department will be focused on doing some collaborative walkthroughs, looking at the work that's already established here, and from there expand that work into deeper professional development, and of course, opportunities for teachers.
That's helpful. Thank you. Thank you all. I just want to make sure that we are making decisions with the educator in mind as we go into this. And then I'm going to turn it over to somebody else. My last question is, can you tell us, Mr. Palmer, about some of the model transportation for students that choose CTE pathways in high school, or some other alternative program? Will there be transportation provided for those students?
Yes.
Okay. Because some people have been asking us what it looks like.
The answer is yes. We will be providing transportation to our high school students across the spectrum. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. I was like, I don't know why you're asking me this, but I'll ask. So I asked.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. We're going to go next to Ms. Lewis. She's joined us virtually on Zoom. Ms. Lewis.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. This is Shavanya Lewis, and thank you for this presentation. I just really appreciate getting all of this information for the Growing Together, and particularly the graphics that were added with the access from Ms. Marshall. That is super helpful just to see the lines of access and how that works out. I also just want to share a deep appreciation for the engagement and seeing the numbers there, how many people were engaged in the different arenas and way that you engage. My question remains somewhat similar that I had before. It's nice that we're having this presentation. It's good to know when other parents become involved, other community members who may not have been part of the original engagement, what is the plan to get people caught up to speed when this information is first and new? Is there a plan to continue this engagement throughout next year? And I heard Dr. Hardy saying something about what happens after June. Can you give me a little more about what that looks like?
Absolutely. The Growing Together team has already engaged additional support to ensure that we are communicating effectively with all of our stakeholders beyond your anticipated approval of this next month. We know that there's a lot of work that still needs to be done to make sure that our elementary families know the changes that are impacting them in the 24-25 school year, as well as any anticipated changes for our middle school families. We are ready to begin executing on that plan. We've already had internal discussions about it. So the conversation really does continue with our families. It is not something that ends today, and it does not end after a vote to move the Growing Together plan forward. It really is just the beginning of ensuring that all of our stakeholders are well aware of what is coming down the pipe for them in the 24-25 and 25-26 school years.
And thank you for that.
And Ms. Lewis, in addition to what Ms. Cooper shared, we have actually, in that $2.5 million, we have actually allotted some specifically for marketing and communications, and we'll be working to ensure that there's a partner with our own public affairs to ensure that that communication and marketing regarding Growing Together continues. So we've tried to make sure that there are going to be intentional efforts, just as she mentioned, throughout, in addition to our normal activities such as Showcase of Schools.
Excellent. Thank you. That's all that I had.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. I'll next go to Ms. Byer.
I want to start with just deep, deep gratitude to the team that has worked on this so long, years and years. And I appreciate you all taking us on the timeline about how many summers, Chair Umstead, we have spent like with easel paper and stickers and dreaming up kind of how we would get here. And, you know, I remember you all used a graphic. Mr. Palmer's favorite graphic was it was a rubber band ball, right? It was the most wicked problem to tackle. And school districts hate tackling this. And you all have tackled it with the values that we set before you. You've tackled it with equity at its heart. And that is why I think it shows in every aspect of this work. Is it perfect? No. Was the elementary plan perfect? No. But is it bringing us together and literally trying to actually help us grow together at each and every stage of this planning? I really believe it is exceptional work. I am still confused, and maybe the 3 or 4 Growing Together presentations I went to, something changed between then and now. But I thought middle school Montessoris were regionally based. I thought just like the elementaries, where your address puts you in certain patterns, that was also going to be true to keep those cohorts together and applying for the 2 options at middle school, kind of like what other thing has that option? Year round, year round kind of forces to SCS or Rogers Her. Can somebody tell me if I messed that up, or if we're not doing that, why?
I'll start. Currently with our Montessori middle school, that is district-wide, and we wanted to make that option available for both Montessori programs. And in the lottery, the families will have an option to prioritize the program at Lucas or at Lakewood as their options, and they will run in the lottery based on their priority and their decision their first ranking. I'll pass it over to Mr. Palmer for some additional information.
Thought Ms. Marshall's response was. Exact. Barr, do you have any additional questions associated with eligibility?
So some of the issues over time have been, and equity issues of the expense of year-round district-wide transportation for small programs. So remind me how many buses we run to Durham School of the Arts from all over.
29.
29, right. So I look for efficiencies in transportation, and I believe that's undergirding a lot of the work you all did in the regional plan, the 5 regions. And so I've been assuming that if we have duplicate programs, that they would also have that efficiency as we grow them regionally.
And I want to name for the room, the board and the public, as always, that operations is in support of the academic program, right? And what, as Dr. Pack noted earlier, these 2 Montessori programs are not in competition, but are quite complementary. We would hope that families choose the best fit for their student, and we would afford the support in conjunction with that. So we really want to sort of, we're not looking for regions of eligibility as with the year-round program. Part of that is because of the robustness, remembering that the 2 middle schools at year-round combined are it's well over 1,000 students. And so to be able to, yes, afford support for our Montessori programs at Lucas and Lakewood would ensure that families can choose the best fit. Recognizing that there will be some long ride times if you live near South Point Mall and you want to go to Lucas, that we will have to work that out transportation wise, but there are other efficiencies that we're gaining through this plan.
Is there a reason we couldn't regionalize them? I guess that's what am I the only one that has this? I'm not the only one that has this question. Okay, thanks.
So programmatically, while they are both Montessori, they, unlike our year-round schools, which will operate very much the same in each of the different schools, Lucas and Lakewood, because of their difference in size, will have, while they're both grounded in Montessori, will function somewhat differently. And so because of that, you're not offering a duplicate program. It's the same philosophy, same grounding of the program, but a different focus and application of the program. So where students at Lakewood may engage in multi-aging, multi-interdisciplinary age groups, at Lucas, the Montessori principles are going to be more aligned to the leadership development, the outdoor learning, the environmental course load, things like that, at least initially, until we can tell you more about the vision after we work through that with the school.
Okay, I'm still going to be just wrestling with it because I've been telling families, like, in order to make Lucas successful, we're going to need some families that live in North and East Durham to go and actually seed that program, right? And enthusiastically go. That's what I've been telling them for months now in conversations. So, and I'm a former Montessori parent. I know how great Lakewood is, and I know that Lucas will be equally great, even if different. So and I don't want us to set ourselves up when we could have had efficiency and logic by setting up another district-wide program that doesn't have to be district-wide. So I think this is the decision point to make that decision around now.
Are you asking us to explore that as an option?
I am but a small voice, but yeah, I'm curious about that as an option. And I guess maybe I just had misunderstood it entirely all through this, but I don't know. I do think this is the juncture to explore it.
So one of the, I think one of the reasons we wanted to have an opportunity to have discussion is you have had some time to reflect. I mean, we have been, deep, the team has been knee deep in this work. And so I think this is an opportunity. If there are some things you may want us to consider, that's one of the reasons there is some time for us to do so. And then that will give us the opportunity to come back to the board with regard to what that exploration may yield, if that is a request of the board.
So in follow-up to that, I guess, it- um, to ensure that you have students that are applying for Lucas and increasing utilization, how do you make sure that everybody coming out of a Montessori program doesn't prioritize Lakewood Montessori Middle School if you're not doing the regional model?
I'm gonna go to Ms. Carter Alton, who also has a point on this same topic, and then Mr. Palmer will let you respond.
It seems like, so you, Dr. Pack, were explaining that there's going to be a difference between Lucas and Lakewood that's significant enough to allow for application to both, but it feels like by that comparison, creative studies has a distinct focus in the creative arts that's very different from what Rogers Her provides. So it feels like if we're going to apply that to the Montessori model, we should consider applying that to the year-round or vice versa.
So one of the things that we are exploring is the possibility of our year-rounds having a theme, particularly at the elementary school. And currently, even with our magnet designations and our magnet awards, year-rounds don't qualify because it's not a programmatic academic program. And so allowing them to have a theme would give them the ability to get national recognition as well. And so that idea can also translate into the middle school with Rogers Her.
I do think it sounds like there is some interest in exploring the question around the Lucas and Lakewood. Because I do agree with Ms. Byer, if we don't make that shift potentially now, it's gonna be much harder to do it later. And a question I'll ask later, but I think this is appropriate, is that we are shifting because we don't want to create inequities again. And so how do we set ourselves up not to do that? And what might be some guardrails we also want to check? Because I worry that if we don't think about them as regional, we create a place where everyone wants to go to Lakewood because that's what's been around for a long time. And we don't have families interested in Lucas. So if we make that regional shift, it might help us have that investment in both of those buildings. But we should explore that option.
Thank you for that. We absolutely will.
All right, Ms. Valladares.
Just really quickly, because we are engaging a lot of community members, just wanted to just name the, with the Montessori program and Watts, we've just gotten some emails about Watts, and I guess there's two different ways Watts kind of, has feeder patterns based on programming and also based on the region. So I think some of our families are kind of thinking it's one or the other, where I'm hearing that, wait, why is Watts having to go to Brogden, right? Because that's definitely on the regional end, but then on the programming end, it does have access to Lakewood Middle School, which is a Montessori program. And so there was or Lucas, right? And so, which is very important to name, like two options for Montessori programs, but we keep getting, and I'm just naming this for you all, that there's still that kind of like a lot of community that might think it's one or the other. And I just think that maybe there's a way to continue to engage. And I know you've done all this engagement, but I think for a school like Watts, that is going to take district-wide applications, right? For them to know all the options on the table, and that based on the program, there's two schools. And then School for Creative Studies, my goodness, a comment on that. I'm pretty sure everybody has seen over the past year, a lot of engagement from the community at School for Creative Studies. Educators have reached out in terms of give us more love. School for Creative Studies, we love you, right? How do we continue to, drive these changes? And I'm so grateful that students came out, educators came out tonight to speak for School for Creative Studies. It's very clear that we have taken intention, because at this point, no high school student is going to be without the program. Like, we're not pushing anybody out of the high school program. And so I'm going to go back and follow up with Roberto and some other students who speak with such love and care, who spoke tonight. So we had more than one student who spoke tonight and just talked about the level of community that they have at School for Creative Studies, and Principal Clay has definitely been leading that school with such care. And I just want to commend you all for phasing this out so that the implementation of phasing out the high school will not happen until 2028 to 2029. I think that that needs to also be very clear, again, for the community to know, like, there's no high school student, and it's clear here. So I'm going to do my work in terms of like sending that out. But I do think that there's other things to celebrate in terms of like going back to my colleagues' questions about comprehensive high schools and having the kinds of amenities, the kinds of, extracurricular activities that it hasn't had. And I just really want to put the word out for soccer. I'm letting you all know I'm naming this because I hear this over and over. Why is the district not focusing on all the, especially with the diverse families that we have and the different ways that they bond over athletics. We have such a focus that we've always had traditionally for some sports. And I keep hearing, like, let's make sure that, especially in that area where there's a city that is doing some planning around soccer fields, and being in that area, in that region, there's already, like, when we did this retreat with Dr. Palmer and everybody else, there was like that acknowledgement of like regional access to infrastructure and amenities and parks and rivers and everything else. And so I just really want us to be very mindful that we give more love as the School for Creative Studies communities have talked about, and they are expecting us to keep showing up to all the graduations. Y'all, we've seen comments and so many comments, and I thank the educators there as well for lifting up School for Creative Studies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valladares. Ms. Carter-Alton?
Following on that, I am School for Creative Studies folks really do have my heart right now. And I just wanted to check in to see maybe if we could get a little bit more information about why that school was selected for the expansion of the middle school program instead of other ones. And also what we're thinking about as far, if anything, about the concerns around generally losing a year-round option. Because there's a couple different major concerns coming out of School for Creative Studies. One is that it's a beautiful environment. It's especially welcoming for EC students and others that benefit from that. And we're removing, or we're kind of breaking apart that environment for them. And the other is district-wide. Are we sure we don't want to think more long-term about year-round programs for high schools?
So I think I want to ask Ms. Marshall and Dr. Pack. I know Ms. Marshall can speak to, as we were looking, and probably also Mr. Palmer, specifically attrition as we progress through our 6th through 12th graders at School for Creative Studies. And then both Dr. Pack and Dr. Rathbone did some extensive research in regards to in the state and nationally with year-round high school. So I'll let them, there they are.
Thank you. So just with regards to the attrition, and we have taken some deep looks into 10-year data, and just kind of thinking through, even considering students who begin at Creative Studies. You saw in the slides, children who are coming in 6th grade and staying through 12th grade. It's about 28% of those students who are remaining as they're starting to explore other options. And then for our 9th grade, and we do bring in new 9th graders. Those 9th graders, there's generally about 40% of students that leave to look at, to go back to their base schools or maybe explore other options and application schools. But just from the data, and that's from 10-year trends. And I will pass it to answer the other questions of this.
Some great questions. And I do want to lead with the intentionality and the gravity of all of these choices. One of the things that we're very mindful of is that in Northern Durham particularly, we have a robust year-round program at the elementary level. In addition, we have 2 year-round elementary schools, both at Holt and at Easley. And then again at Oak Grove, that is an emerging program in East Durham. That's very exciting. Those are very far away from Rogers Her Middle School, which currently is our sort of designated year-round middle school, to the point that today the region of eligibility for Rogers-Her sits at 147 to the south, right? I'd also name that currently Creative Studies as a 612 school is district-wide, right? This relates some to Ms. Byers' earlier questions. We want to name again that there are some constraints in areas of Durham today that there are not in other areas of Durham. For example, currently today, a family in Southern Durham could apply to either Rogers-Her or Creative Studies for middle school, right? But there again, just thinking through, for Northern and Eastern Durham, the most proximate middle school that we have that could support both regions would be Creative Studies, which it was constituted to be, the former Tuning Middle School that is now functioning as Creative Studies. It is located right there on Hamlin Road, right at the intersection of Red Mill Road, with highway access that would provide, though it's not on a highway, access for both Eastern regional families as well as Northern regional families. Again, it was built as a middle school. Now, there are many improvements that we'll need to be thinking about to make sure that Creative Studies and Rogers-Her are comparable options for year-round families. But we have 2 Northern Durham elementary schools that are on year-round, and an additional third is an Eastern Durham year-round school, as well as a district-wide option for W.G. Pearson. We're mindful that when we were looking at the matriculating patterns, again, Dr. Pack had that slide with the arrows. You may recall the number of year-round students at elementary matriculating to middle school. Not only was Creative Studies well situated, proximate to both the Northern region and the Eastern region, it also had accessibility to make sure that we could get there for our students, to minimize ride times when we could. Other considerations would not have addressed those access and proximity considerations, as well as historically, as Director Marshall noted, we have seen a significant decline over the years in our high school grades with Creative Studies, from the freshman cohort all the way to the senior year cohort. We call that cohort survival. And over the years, over the past decade, there's a durable trend of loss of enrollment over the years. So it is a both consideration for placement recommendations would be access and geography, but also looking at the overall campus. It was built as a middle school. It has, brought on additional amenities as a high school. We realize that. But again, I'm speaking solely from an operations lens. Its location and its original built design were suitable for a middle school campus.
Just one final response to your question, as far as considering a high school program for year round. The data clearly indicates that the School for Creative Studies high school program is losing students over time. But we also know that we're bringing on elementary and potentially more additional middle school students year round. So just a reminder that policy 4150 has us in a 5-year rotation of reviewing and studying and making adjustments as needed. And so there's an opportunity for us, as those students begin to matriculate through middle school, elementary and middle school, that there may become a demand for high school, and we'll have to look at it again then.
Any additional questions? Ms. Chavez?
Thank you. Such comprehensive work. I second what everybody said. I have, I think, 2 comments. One is, something floated out of my brain. Okay. All right. My first comment is just a thought as I'm looking at the change in boundaries, and the reorganization of SES diversity in our schools. I just would like us to be mindful as that shifts, particularly with some schools more than others, not to recreate tracking along the lines of race and class. My concern is, I think at the best point we could have, this is all about equity and creating that diversity with equity in mind. But my concern is that there would be some, you know, kind of or segregation within the school, rather than across different schools. So that's a comment on sort of implementation as we think about that going forward. So that we don't have schools where then, you know, the honors classes just, you know, are more wealth resource children and wider, you know, populations, and our regular standard classes are less so. So I wanted to just point that out. Sorry, it's so late. I need to drink more coffee. But also, it just getting started, I know. Okay, and then also I wanted to say about the School for Creative Studies, I am very moved by the comments that people have made about, you know, the community created there, the just the sense of family, you know, that they have, and all of that. And I was also looking at our demographic data for the school, noting that about 85% of students are students of color at that school. So I'm thinking even more so about the care that, you know, we want to attend to those students' experiences with as we go through this transition. And another comment, thought about as we think about implementation going forward is just how we create those communities within our comprehensive high schools. Are there, you know, other things, other models, or you know, sort of communities within schools that that we need to be more thoughtful about implementing, and, you know, obviously in communication with principals and all of that. But I'm just sensitive to, you know, the students' experiences and how much they seem to share a sense of belonging, which is now one of our things on this strategic plan, which we will get to shortly. And so, you know, just thinking about how, if we're trying to do all the metrics now on our strategic plan. So how do we line growing together up with the strategic plan? I think one of my colleagues was saying something about that earlier, maybe, but anyway, so how do we feed into that that metric that we want to achieve? But thank you so much for all the work, all the explanation. Yeah, it's a tremendous project. So.
All right, I have a few questions, but again, thank you all so much for all of the work and taking all of our perspectives, the thousands of community responses. I know you literally visited every elementary, not every middle and every high school, and so you got lots of more responses and lots of emails. So I appreciate you having the impossible task of trying to synthesize that and move forward. I think I want to point out too, some of the recommendations have shifted based on that feedback, right? School for Creative Studies, that shifted based on that feedback. I think the way we're talking about Lucas and Lakewood Montessori are shifting based on that feedback. So I want people to hear, we can't do everything, but we are making some shifts and adjustments based on the feedback that you get. I do have a couple of questions. This one's not to be answered tonight unless you have an answer, but and I know that the policy now has us looking at lines every 5 years, but I do want to know, how are we going to track making sure that we actually stay aligned with these goals around equity and access? When I think about the original plan and where some of our magnet programs were launched, they almost worked too well, right? Like, it actually worked. The goal was to get more families into the school building, and that happened, but then it shifted into something different. And so how do we not wait another 30 years, but how do we kind of make sure we're watching those numbers of demographics of who's applying for programming, who is getting access, and who's staying through the programming, who's graduating with those credentials? And when I say who, we're looking at their EC status, if they have that. We're looking at socioeconomic status. We're also looking at race and gender. So I really want us to be watching and be mindful of, as this plan rolls out and people interact. The plan looks good, but now people have to interact with the plan. how are we checking for that, making sure it's meeting its goals? I'm gonna keep going. All right. The other thoughts I have are just, and I'm glad to hear, Dr. Pack, that we're gonna continue to look at programming. I think I know we have a long wait list for Montessori, and I'm wondering to hear and interested to learn more about some of the academic benefits of that program for some of our students. And I think I want to keep thinking about what are the programs that we could layer on that show growth and promise for our Black and Brown students here in Durham. We have almost 80 something percent of our students are Black and Brown. Majority of our students graduate from free reduced lunch. Majority of our students, families qualify for free reduced lunch. We need to make sure we're putting in programs in place that are gonna like really accelerate their learning and prepare them for what's next. That's our mission, that's our work. And so I want to continue to hear about how these programs are aligned with that goal. The other thing you all mentioned that Neil and Lowe's Grove will keep their programming, which I think is powerful. But we also know that magnet programming comes with some financial resources and some people allotments. And I want to know, is that commitment going to be there for them to keep those or not? Might not have a question to answer today because I know that requires finances and resources. But I think that's an important question for those schools to have an answer to, for our community to know. And we might need to go back and answer that question for some of our elementary school programs as well.
And Chair Umstead, just to clarify, you were specifically asking that question about Lowe's Grove and Neal. Okay.
Because from my understanding, those are the two middle schools that currently are magnet application programs that will shift in this new proposal. Is that correct? Okay. Because the high schools are all going to be similarly things. Those are my big questions about the plan. And I really appreciate again all the work you've done. I do have one more question. It doesn't look like there are any priority links to DSA now. Is that correct? I see head nods. And I'm just wondering, no priority links. Okay. So DSA truly is open to everyone. There's no way sibling could be your only priority. No. Sibling could be your only link. Sorry.
Ms. Director Marshall and Dr. Pat.
At the middle school level, if there are families with multiples, there is a sibling link that we're proposing for the middle school only.
Okay, that's helpful. It does make me wonder with School for Creative Studies in their specialized arts program in the middle school, is there a CTE pathway or something that also connects that programming? So they have, like, we want our high schools to be able to continue in that specialization, and they don't really have anywhere to move. From what I know, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. What are the right places for those students to connect and go further in that arts creative curriculum that they're going to get in that middle school program? Last but not least.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
So are you kind of asking us to explore as School for Creative Studies becomes a full middle school as part of our recommendation? Are there specific program links or that we should explore that could be options for those middle school students?
Correct.
Okay.
Because if I remember correctly, the School for Creative Studies will keep the creative aspects of their programming. So they still might have that arts and design and some of those pieces in middle school, but it doesn't. They could apply to DSA, but knowing sometimes it's harder for ninth grade seats based on it's a 612 program. Are there other options that might be available? Ms. Rogers.
So my follow-up question to that would be, can we get some numbers around how many people are leaving DSA for ninth grade and the years if we want to create that priority or that link between SES and DSA or whatever school we think that it should be?
I'm not suggesting that should be the link. Maybe it is, I'm not sure. But that's a good question for us to explore. But what would be their options? I'm an 8th grader. I'm really love the sound design or different pieces that I had. What happens
And
next?
are you suggesting that for a transitional strategy or a permanent strategy, or are you just exploring it either?
I'm thinking about more permanent. If we're going to keep that type of programming in the middle school, it doesn't feel like there's a link for their high school option.
But they are a north and east year round. I'm just,
Mhm.
right. And so then you get the Rogers Her people wanting some, yeah, okay. They're the north and east equivalent of Rogers Her in some way as well. So it's a very complicated puzzle.
Yeah, I'm thinking less about the year-round part of it and more about the programming part, the creative studies part of the school, and not about the year-round. Because if we did layer on programs to year-round, then you want somewhere to go for your next piece.
Now, one of the questions I didn't get to earlier, and I don't know if it's too soon to start thinking about it or whether your team is going to get to it in the future, but I've always wondered if we have the ability to weight our lotteries for secondary for how many years you've been in a DPS school. So, right, that model where our seats go to our elementary kids first and foremost. Legal, right? Yes, seems legal. Melissa didn't say anything that made her concerned, so that seems that to me also seems a strategy for growing together is we start at pre-K and we stay through 12th grade together. Ms. Vidar, sorry.
Yeah, just along the lines of feedback. We got requests from community members who are looking into the data and they're like, we want to help do this data analysis. We appreciate the number of stakeholders we have that are definitely looking at this with an analytical lens. And we are all the better for it because they are able to look at the gaps, they're able to look at everything. And this presentation is lengthy because of that engagement. And I know that. So I thank you all for being receptive to this. There's no criticism ever, that is harmful to a district that is trying to do its best. But we have gotten questions, for example, around, and this is a conversation we even had before with, and we have a wonderful Mr. Paul Assur, who just tells us about ADM and the importance of projections based on ADM. For a lot of our modeling is based on the decline that we see through, data that we've seen in the past. We're looking backwards on data and we're seeing, these programs, the interest in these programs, or maybe not the interest, but at least what's seemingly there, the high school, year-round high school option seems to be in decline. But we don't have like temporal data, and there's a question, why not? As a district, and this is something that maybe I'm just putting out, we are making projections and we're hearing about students that are getting enrolled currently that are coming in. And so we have the ADM, the 20-day attendance, but we don't have like to the minute data today. Like, what does it look like for a school that when it started in day 20th had this number of students? What is it looking like today? I know that takes a lot of effort and capabilities, but do school districts provide more data than just a 20-day? Can we also keep that in mind as we continue to move forward? Because one of my concerns is also the projections around median family income. And we have a wonderful graph that I appreciate because it shows me the level of intention towards equity and like kind of not normalizing, but equilibrating a little bit of that MFI. But I'm not sure that actually, in terms of practice, like, will the families actually enroll their students? Like at Lowe's Grove, I really appreciated having that data. Dr. Palmer, that was important data for me to know that Lowe's Grove actually has such a high MFI in the community. And yet, currently there's underutilization of that school so I'd like to be able to like see more of that data. What does that look like? Our families maybe after the school started, deciding to do that. And I know that it varies by program because based on regional access versus, but I'd like to, yes, hear a little bit about how we're going to approach that.
Thank you, Ms. Valladares. And just a point of clarity, I will soon be Dr. Palmer, but not yet. So I am ABD and have given much of my time to doing this work with you all. As it pertains to our enrollment data, that is a dynamic every day at every school is in it. We have enrolled students, and I would note that many of the things that we see are increases, right? Many of the things that we see at school are the successes and the validation of our investment and the leadership at a school level and at a district level. And so in the numbers that we've shared this evening, you'll note, and you can go back in your board packets, we've actually footnoted, and Mr. Radsky, our demography, is here with us tonight. Within school planning, you can note there the dates that the information was pulled. So we don't simply use 20th day. We are around the clock looking at things. That even relates to our work with research and accountability, our compliance with HB 90 for K3 class size. We are in perpetuity looking at our enrollment numbers. It is not just the 20th day. So I just wanted to clarify that for you and the public to bring some confidence there that we are all eyes on it.
Thank you. And the other request that we got was for a survey around the high school year round. And it was like, why hasn't DPS just asked the entire district? Because one of the things, and I'll clarify this, where this request came from was a community member who was just, and many folks who reached out to us, but also just said, yeah, School for Creative Studies may have that maybe based on its location, based on so many other factors. But if there was a desire at some point to make any other, like, whether it's central or southeast or any other area a year round, would we see the numbers dwindle? And so there's that question of like continuing to just separate a little bit of the interest in terms of year round and not really tie that directly to the numbers like that are shown in one particular school in one particular regional area location with particular factors. And so there's definitely just that request. And I know that part of the engagement is also figuring out like what else needs to happen in terms of timeline. I don't know, but that was definitely something else that I just wanted to give voice to. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one more point that I wanted to also share, and it's aligned with what Ms. Valladares just shared. I want us to also consider what a modified year-round calendar would look like for high school. And I think I shared this with a few of you. I attended one for high school, Southeast Raleigh, Go Bulldogs, over in Wake County. And it gives you a summer, so some students still have the opportunity to participate in internships or work or do different things, but they go 9 weeks on, 2 weeks off, 9 weeks on, 2 weeks, 9 to summer. And I think that has a lot of benefits for retention. It helps us have exams and more aligned with that college calendar. And I think it sounds like from a lot of the engagement that we got, families are interested in a potential year-round option, but they also wanted it in a comprehensive high school. And then this school again is in Wake County, has that comprehensive high school feel. You still do your sports and all of that, but the schedule was just a little different. And so I just would want us to even consider that for our schools, because I think it could be a really good benefit for students and for our educators to have that kind of schedule and that break. And I think it feels like a good compromise between the full year round and just a regular traditional schedule. All right, Ms. Byer.
I keep looking back at this 2022-23 baseline socioeconomic demographic chart for our high schools. I don't know what slide number it is because my device is freaky right now, but I feel like we're addressing Jordan, which is and Southern and Northern, right? We're addressing those, and you talk about that with boundaries. But what we're not addressing, which is Durham School of the Arts, by leaving it completely alone. It's 25%, only 25% of students there qualify for free and reduced lunch. It's been like that for 25 years, right? And so I wondered what other equity kind of tools we might have in the toolbox, whether we set aside 20% of incoming spaces for students that qualify for free and reduced lunch, or our first gen college students. What other things might we do that to over time weight that to be more representative of the district? And maybe you all toyed with that idea, maybe you looked at other models, but if we leave this like it is, it's just going to stay there. I mean, and part of that, I believe, is language access barrier, things we've been trying to work on for a long time. When they get accepted, they have to come really quickly, do 3 things. But it's just never been representative of this community as a whole. And that's gonna bother me if we leave that alone, or at least don't talk about it, and lift it up as an equity issue. So I don't know if y'all might dig into that a little bit, that one is just gonna sit there like that. The others, y'all are working at it. And I told you in our small groups, like early college was supposed to be first gen kind of students, and it's drifted from that. I mean, so how do we get back to some of those more intentional equity focused programs throughout the district, and the notion that people should not ever use CTE pathways to flee high schools. So how do we make sure that that is authentic student interest as we go forward? But I trust y'all to keep pressing us forward on these equity goals.
Just wanted to make a quick comment as we're getting directions here of our guidance from our board. I know as we're doing this work, we're looking at DSA. There are some schools that have done really well, full transparency in our district, and we did not want to really touch those. So if it's going to be the pleasure of the board, giving us specific guidance, we'll do it and we'll bring it to you.
Yeah, I think I'll speak for myself, but I think my colleagues might agree. Let's look at everything, that what's going to be in the best interest of students, right? And if changing those rules for DSA actually creates more equity and access, let's change the rules for DSA to make sure, because our goal is to make sure kids have what they need and they're aligned with programs that will help them succeed. So I don't want to keep the status quo if it's not working for children. All right, we're going to move to our next item. Back again to Dr. Hardy for strategic plan.
Thank you to the Growing Together team. I think many of them do not have another item. Some of them do have another item. So if you don't have another item, have
Dr.
a
Hardy, do you want a quick break? Or
great evening. Dr. Rebecca said yes.
Okay, so we'll take about a 5-minute recess. That's 5 minutes, y'all. 10:20. We'll be back. IT. All right, we are back with the recess. I'll pass it over to Dr. Hardy.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that break. We appreciate that. Our next item is our strategic plan, and excited to bring forward our partners with RTI. If you remember at our last meeting, one of our consultants was not here because he was welcoming one of the newest DPS future students. And so we are really excited that Kyle Canyett is here with us tonight. He is actually going to be the lead facilitator. We also have Dr. D. McKenzie with us. Board members and for the community, there are multiple items that are posted in regards to this particular item. So what you will see are some notes and summary documents that really clarify for you some of the feedback as well as the rationale for that feedback. You will also see a comprehensive document that is inclusive of that feedback. This item is before the board tonight for action. We look forward to your discussion and readiness that you might have to move forward. This time, I will turn it over to Mr. Canyett. And if we can pull up the presentation.
Thanks so much, Dr. Hardy. Good evening. Thank you for having us here. Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Mavinga, we are so excited to be back with you. As Dr. Hardy mentioned, I was out on paternity leave the last meeting, but I was watching the live stream as a concerned citizen. So I was excited to hear all of your fantastic feedback. Next slide, please. Tonight, we're really excited to share what we hope is the final draft here of the DPS plan for 2023 to 2028, potentially for your approval. A year ago when we began this process, we were given a few clear charges here of, we want to build on the positive momentum of the district. We want to make sure that we are bold in tackling the challenges that DPS is facing in 2023. We want to be driven by our community, and we are really excited to and proud to share a plan that we think does just that. Next slide, please. So our plan here, when I say our plan, I really mean the community's plan, because we have gotten a substantial amount of feedback from the community, from board, from staff. It reaffirms our commitment to all these core values of equity, academic excellence, and supporting the whole child. It brings a new focus on things like early childhood education, career and college readiness, sustainability, transportation, key issues that are going on right now. It addresses staff wellness and career development. And it really strengthens, I think, DPS's position as the first and only choice for students and families in our community. Next slide, please. So following that, your feedback at the April meeting, we really worked hard with staff to revisit a number of key elements within that draft. And as Dr. Hardy mentioned, you received a few documents in advance of tonight's meeting, including an overview of really what the original language was, what the changes are, some additional changes on our part, and some rationale for those changes. But this slide really sort of is a synopsis of those edits. We really wanted to make sure we clarified many of those benchmarks and added disaggregated data per your request. We made sure there was additional specificity in a number of strategies, specifically with alignment with staff development and whole child initiatives. And then finally added some specific strategies, priority 5. It felt a little squishy to some, so we wanted to make sure there was a bit more specificity there in strategy of certain key areas. But these changes really strengthen what we think was a really robust plan at that point, and provides a lot of vital clarity for staff and our community members. So I know I speak for Dee when I say it's been a privilege to work with the team here and create this plan, and we're really excited to see where the district will be in 5 years now with its implementation. But with that, we are happy to answer any questions or engage in discussion.
Thank you all so much for the presentation and the synopsis of the edits, board members and the public. There's also information behind that really shows you where the edits that were made within the plans and the strategies. I think it's important just to remind us and the public too, that the strategic plan is kind of like a guidebook to where we want to go. It gives us the goals. It gives us let me start with the priorities of what we need to do, the goals of how we're going to achieve what we're trying to move towards. And then the strategies are listed as, again, a guide. We don't have every single detail for all of the implementation of those strategies, because that's yet to be determined. And as our world continues and shifts and changes around us, we know those strategies need to shift and change, get more specific to adapt with the world that's around us. So I just want to highlight that as this is a guide. It's not the final handbook for everything that we're going to do, but it does tell us where do we need to go. So board members, any questions, thoughts, comments? Ms. Rogers?
Thank you so much for taking in our edits and all those things. I'm really appreciative. I am grateful for our team that worked tirelessly on this. I appreciate the words Chair Umstead just shared about this being a guide and being able to manipulate it and use it in ways that make sense on the ground. I look forward for us to us being more forward thinking and more visionary about things that we can do in the future to support the work of the strategic plan, and making sure that when we put our budget together, that we're showing specifically where items align in the strategic plan. I know we already do sort of a good job with that, but really kind of highlighting it throughout the documents so that the public can see that we're really focused on the priorities around equity, academic excellence, and supporting the whole child, and laying out where they can see that in the budget. And I look forward to us putting together direct and clear plans about how to improve exceptional children's programs and all the marginalized communities that we talked about, and making it specific to the regions that go along with growing together, and making sure it's specific to the needs of that school, because they're not all going to be the same. So I understand why the strategic plan does not speak to that. I look forward to us making sure that we have focus and a clear path forward for our Black and Brown students that need some support, that make up a vast majority of our school community. But I think that this plan speaks to our role of equity, and I look forward to supporting it tonight. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Any other comments from board members? Ms. Byer?
Yeah, I too appreciate the edits. They're always improvements and you know, I know we gave you a lot of feedback that was coming from all directions, just kind of like we did a little bit ago. So y'all always do a good job of incorporating those ideas. I still am looking for some explicit language on some of the students that and subgroups that aren't identified. And maybe I'm looking in the wrong document, but students with exceptional needs, like, I don't know where to squeeze it in there, but I feel like there needs to be a place. I want us to be explicit about LGBTQ students. I don't know, I don't know. I feel like this is an opportunity to be more explicit in equity goals that we have broadened definitions as we've moved forward. So are there places that they fit? I don't know, because I'm juggling 4 different documents and trying to figure out which one is the most coherent one to. So I should have a suggestion of where to stick that, but I don't right this minute. Hey, the 3 of us went to Project Search graduation and loved it yesterday. And I came from D-SNAC last night with those families that sadly said that sometimes it feels like the principals or some teachers don't believe that their students with exceptional needs are actually a whole members of the school community. They're off to the side. And so, I want us to be explicit about inclusion in here somehow. Because I want to, I don't think it's in that 70%, proficiency thing, but it's I feel like it needs to be in here somewhere. So I don't know. That's what I'm looking for.
If I may, is that a question of if could it be placed in a goal? There is a strategy specifically around it. It is not named as one of the subgroups in the goal. Are you asking if we could include it as a subgroup within the goal?
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, we put all kinds of things in strategies, and that's a lower level of visibility to me. And so I'm looking for somewhere to put that. but I'm gonna keep looking for that while y'all keep.
Ms. Carter Alton.
Thank you again for incorporating a good amount of our feedback into the current version. I think generally this provides a pretty solid roadmap for our district. I have 3 concerns. The first one is similar to Board Member Byers. There really remains little to no mention of our EC students and educators in this plan. And the one idea I had for that was that goal B appears to indirectly reference these educators among others. And I'm wondering, could we consider making this more specific by naming EC educators and maybe some examples of others that we want to be very intentional about recruiting and retaining here? I think in that way, we can also be more clear on what we're working towards and what we're measuring as we work towards that. My second concern is we're hearing loud and clear from families that some schools are really struggling with staff vacancies. That's not new news, but we do know how important adequate staffing is in schools. And I know that goals 3A and 3B, and then the strategies associated with goal 3 take some steps towards addressing this. I'm really glad to see that we have staff interviews named as one of our strategies. We have to really clearly understand why our staff are staying and why they're leaving if we want to retain high quality educators. But I guess I want to know, are we also regularly looking at fill rates by school, like by school level? And because that's not a metric we're tracking here. Are we looking at it elsewhere? And if not, can we do this in a more systematic way to know that to know whether there are schools that consistently struggle to recruit or retain staff? And if so, that way we can address underlying problems so we can make adjustments where needed at the school level. Again, it looks like our goals right now are focused on entire district, and not to get too in the weeds, but just one other idea. And then go ahead.
I was just gonna make a comment on that. So one of the goals does talk a little bit about fill rate. I think it'll be important for us as board members, because remember, this is really high level. When we get the presentation, so we'll get presentations throughout the year about each one of these goals and the progress, to ask for that school by school data. And so it might not be explicitly written in the plan, but we can set the expectation now. What Dr. was saying, can we make sure that we have school by school data around teacher retention, around fill rates, and that'll be able for us to be able to track that piece.
That's great. Thank you. And that's related to my third and final comment, which is just wondering, well, I guess broadly, this plan feels incredibly aspirational, which is great. We want to aim high, right? But I also want to make sure that we also have clear action plans and resources allocated to accomplish everything, right? So this is intentionally broad, but then things are going to get more focused. And I was wondering, with what frequency are we going to be getting reports on how things are going with this, and with what level of detail, and is there some flexibility there so that we can just kind of check in periodically and make sure that we're on track, and if not, readjust?
Absolutely. One of my favorite things to do is to have strategic plan presentations. I think that it's really important that staff and the board and the community have an opportunity to share in a very transparent way our progress, the things that we are very proud of, but also share where we might have some challenges and what we need to do to overcome those specific challenges. Also, some of the feedback that we heard from the board at our last meeting is really making sure that when we're doing those updates next year, that we have the opportunity to have rich discussion and go deep into the implementation of the work that we're doing behind the strategies. Our current circadian rhythm is about once a month that you are getting as we continue through, and usually that would occur at a work session. We will continue to work with Dr. Mabinga and Chair Umstead and Vice Chair Chavez in terms of how we set up that calendar, but know that you would have frequent and regular updates, usually regarding an entire priority. The cabinet level member who serves, usually it's 2 of us that work with multiple teams on that particular priority, are providing you updates. We are very transparent about the data, and as we've heard today, we'll make sure that if there are some additional data requests, that we know that from the board so that we can make sure during those updates you have those that data and that information. But really what we heard at our last meeting is the opportunity to really dig deep during those strategic plan updates into the plans that staff are doing based on the feedback so that you really have time to have rich discussion around our progress.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Ms. Chavez.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for incorporating these edits. I think, I'm especially pleased with the, what I talked about last time, the inclusion of the, of a focus on Black and Hispanic students, both in priority 2 around discipline data, as well as, in 1B around academic data. I also, I think that I've consistently mentioned the populations of students that are whose academic outcomes are disproportionately lower, which is Black, Hispanic, our ELL students, low SES and EC students. So I just wondered about, I'm happy with the inclusion of LEP students in here. Just also wondered why LEP and not EC. I would favor including EC as well, especially with some of the, comments that were shared earlier and feedback we received from the community. And then I think, and I just want to say about the discipline data, I'm pleased with that goal to be, I just want to say also that I hope as we move forward, we'll also focus on lowering that percentage for Black boys specifically. But that is something we can keep in mind as we track this. And then, the one other thing I wanted to say with priority 1 is I would love to see a strategy that is focused around like culturally relevant, culturally responsive education, because I think that, as we talk about increasing academic outcomes for students of color, to me, we just have to marry, rigor, academic rigor with culturally responsive teaching and pedagogy and all of that. We have the equity audit here. Maybe something could be added to that, but something just to name sort of that racial equity within our curriculum and pedagogy. That's the only thing those are the 2 things I would like to add, the EC students to priority 1B, or goal 1B, and then something about culturally responsive teaching and curriculum.
A follow-up, if I may. Opportunity gaps references that. Would you like something more than what's represent opportunity gaps? Is that?
Oh, okay.
It's there, but I guess I'm wondering, is that
strategy.
front-facing enough as a strategy?
Okay, hold on. Yeah, the equity audit, I mean, I like that. Yeah, I like
Should be in the
that.
second one, the opportunity gaps, the second line of that one.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Maybe just something a little bit more explicit about,
I mean, even if a goal said using culturally responsive curriculum, like even if it led, right?
Yeah, but
Some way.
it says develop and scale data-driven, research-based best practices for instruction, including accelerated learning strategies and culturally responsive curriculum.
I would love it if it was in the bolded part in the title, but I think yes, I'm glad that does address it. I don't know, others can comment if you think that's necessary.
I'm just
but-
thinking of the ways that Dr. Hardy and others like to bring these updates. You bring the goals. You don't really, dig deep into the strategies later in the why, but the goals are like what gets printed on posters and what, I mean, like the goals are this higher level of paying attention to it in my mind a lot.
And I definitely appreciate that, Ms. Byer. I think one of the things that we've tried to do with our partnership with RTI is really lean into that. One of the differences is in our current strategic plan, we had goals and then strategies that were connected to those specific goals. One of the things that we have acknowledged is in this draft is that the strategies are not connected to just one goal, because directly and indirectly that work contributes to multiple goals and the impact. And I think the other piece is that we've learned from the previous 5 years in terms of how we've been bringing updates and places where we can get better as staff to ensure that there is robust conversation with staff and the board, but also that we're sharing with you in a transparent manner our current status, but also being clear about where there might be some obstacles and how we're using resources, human and physical resources, to really tackle some of those challenges. So I think this plan really gives us the opportunity to improve those updates in a manner that shows our board and our community the implementation and the progress that we're going to be making towards the goals.
I 100% appreciate that and appreciate every one of you all that worked on this strategic planning and did that and had the goal priority thing. In the past, and we haven't discussed it yet for the future, for the superintendent's evaluation, we also had the goals there, like the goals and the data that went with those goals are the points of evaluation. And so we're not going to put all these strategies into an evaluation for an individual. So I that's why I also think they should be more explicit on some and inclusive.
Yeah, and I do think, again, we want to just be mindful of getting too in the weeds with all of our goals, because some of the goals are going to be, some of the details that we're getting into are people's individual work plans, right? As they start to think about, this is the large goal, here are the different ways that my department is contributing to this large goal. But we also, again, as board members, have some flexibility around this. We want to make sure that we mentioned certain topics in the evaluations and in our meetings, we want to do that. So I want to caution us, because I too have lots of questions and concerns and want to know, how's curriculum and instruction going to do this? And how is this department going to do that? But this is the jumping off point. We've built some foundation, and this is the next step of that. And then the departments are going to be able to go and move forward from here. And it's our job to hold folks accountable for making that forward progress. I'm gonna make sure Ms. Chavez is finished, and then I'll come back over.
Okay, so I wanna, to not get too much into the weeds with this. This is, and I'm sorry, I overlooked this. I've read it before, but I also
There's a lot
overlooked
here.
it.
There's
right?
a lot here.
Yes, there's a lot here. So I think, I feel like I'm good with the strategies. I rescind my suggestion there, but it's just something to be aware of. And then I do still want to ask the question, how you determined to LEP students and not EC. Was there a reason for?
All right, I think that was feedback from us as a board, wanting to make sure we focused on English as a second language or limited English proficient students as a goal.
Well then.
May I ask
Okay,
a related question too? Sorry.
Sure. I just thought we mentioned EC too, but maybe we did not. We focused on LEP. Okay, then thank you for taking ours.
Well, relatedly, I was wondering, so the phrasing of 1B, we discussed a number of different ways to tackle 1B and to kind of include these different subgroups. And it looks like when we scroll down to the bottom of the document where we kind of break out like what we're looking at by year, it looks like we're aiming for 70% proficiency for each of the groups, right? Not 70% total, with a focus on trying to move everybody along. And everybody's okay with that and wants to. Just wanted to note that as one thing. And then also the rationale for my suggestion to put the EC mention with the teaching staff would be to demonstrate that like our way to get to improving outcomes is by supporting our educators, not just by saying like, do better.
Right.
We're going to provide you with the support you need to improve, to give our students what they need.
Which goal is that?
Three
3A?
3B. Right now it says hard to staff instructional and classified positions, but
And you would like to see it shift to,
well, we could mention EC staff there if we wanted to add some support, demonstrated metric where we're going to be showing that we are looking to improve the situation for our EC students and our staff.
Or we could put it in 3A as well with the focus on teachers,
Yes.
instructional assistants, especially EC, because we know it's a crisis, and bus drivers. Like, I mean, that's where we've been explicit about other categories.
and I just want us to caution us though in getting too specific. I do think we'll be, because of the pipeline challenges in North Carolina, EC will continue to be a hard to fill. But we could also put math and science in this same category. And probably some other ones that I don't know. Dr. Hussein is eager to jump in here. So I think for this upcoming year, I think Dr. Hussein here's a really clear charge around making sure we have EC vacancies and some of those other hard to fill. But this is a 5-year plan. And so we want to be able to be flexible within that. Dr. Hussein.
And exactly, that was the point. There has been lots of discussion in this process going back and forth. Be specific, don't be specific. And there, we wanted to leave, to not drill down too far as the main goals for the strategic plan exactly for that. 3 years from now, believe it or not, we could have some areas that become a greater focus for us. So in the context of a 5-year plan, we want it to be able to not be locked in so much to certain areas that we could not maneuver. But trust me, in the background, from the notes, from all of the discussion and everything, there's no question about EC being a focus, as well as other areas that were specifically mentioned in that process.
And I do think your point around, we want the plan for educators to see the support that's going to be offered is a good one for our staff just to hear too. And I think it's why the last time I was like, we need to figure out how we're going to celebrate and care for and support our people, because it could easily look like we all need to do a lot. We have a lot of tasks. So how do we make sure we care for and give the people the necessary support to get there? Is I think a really important note. I'm gonna go, Ms. Lewis has a comment online, and I'm sorry, Ms. Valladares, you were first, and then we'll go to Ms. Lewis online. Ms. Lewis.
I was just gonna say, I agree. I completely agree with what you're saying, Chair Umstead. We want to make sure these are the goals that we stay at 3,000 level, so that we're being informed by the board and knowing that these different items are being worked on and what hard to fill means. So I just want to echo those sentiments. And even before that, I just want to appreciate that the feedback you've taken from us previously, keeping this presentation to the point of what we made comments around before, so that we can look back at the previous goal, the original goal to the new goal, and you've captured what we asked for. We can continue to dig into this and break it down, but ultimately we have to stay at 3,000 level, y'all. And let the staff do their job, and we will get those details in the updates. So that was it. Thank you.
Ms. Valladares.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for including the whole school, whole community, whole child model. I've been talking to my colleagues about nutrition, physical activity. I just talked about sports and soccer, right? Like the importance of like really being attuned to what kids want to do. And so I just, and counseling and psychological and social services. So this piece right here, I'm like, yes, we can, in the updates, like dig in as much. The other area, something else I appreciate about your presentation, because I felt like I really liked that you included our core beliefs and equity. I'm just going to read it because our students and schools deserve equitable access to the resources and opportunities they need to succeed. That is like the key, right? Durham Public Schools and the community must distribute those resources in a manner that eliminates inequities. in the goal that we have for community engagement, I like that you included a robust, like not only identifying, but also being able to track, like, what are these partners interested in? Are they helping us towards equity? Are they also intersectional? Which is an issue when I talk to so many families who are like, yeah, there's so many nonprofits in Durham, but do you know who really is intersectional? Who really takes in all like the kids that are dealing with inequities? You know, sometimes they'll focus on one, two, areas of focus, but how many of our partnerships really take intersectionality, right? And really bring in that. So those are just things that really, I appreciated you naming our core beliefs. And I think as we continue to work towards, community partners and engagement, I'd love to see where are the gaps? What students in our district do not have sufficient supports, not only here in DPS, but also in the community. So I think that I'm not giving you all anything else. I'm just saying thank you for being able to tie, these strategies to these core beliefs. That's my comment. So thank you so much.
Ms. Rogers. I just want to remind us that we have a couple more presentations. this
No,
evening.
my comment was just piggybacking off the opportunity gap, because I think when I look at this, it should say culturally responsive curriculum as the strategy. Only because given the climate in North Carolina about curriculum and what it looks like, it needs to be clear that we expect our curriculum to look like the students that we're serving. And that is one of the strategies that we're going to employ to keep students connected with the educational process. And so swapping culturally responsive curriculum for opportunity gaps feels more intentional for educators that are seeking employment here and for families that we serve, especially listed as a second strategy.
So you're saying moving it to a goal? I mean, it is part of the goal language.
Like
is that what you're saying?
switching, like putting, instead of opportunity gaps, putting culturally responsive curriculum.
Like changing the title.
Yep, just
of the
changing the
strategy.
title. Yeah.
Okay.
It just demonstrates our commitment to that, I believe.
I would just, if I could just add, in reference, regarding that recommendation, when you're talking about the opportunity gap, when I lost it, I was just looking at it. Yeah, I think one of the strategies for closing the opportunity gap is culturally responsive curriculum, teacher diversity, suspension, and all those things. So to me, culturally responsive curriculum is one of the strategies to closing the opportunity gap. So it feels like opportunity gap should still be the main thing right there. The culturally responsive curriculum, which is one of those strategies to closing the opportunity gap.
I think also what I'm hearing is that our core beliefs are so strong and the mission and vision theory of action are so strong that when we do put out messaging around this with our goals, that we need to make sure we include those there. Because if you think about equity, shared responsibility, high expectations, child-centered approach, I think it captures some of the nuance that we see. And so if we use that as a lens with the goals, it I think hopefully creates the culture of these expectations around the number of goals that we need to get to. I think Ms. Byer, to your point around wanting to make sure there's inclusion for students, there might be an opportunity in the strategies. We have an inclusion and intersectionality, and it talks about making sure students have opportunities to learn, discuss, and confront issues of equity and justice. But I also would want it to say that students feel safe, supported, included in the school culture, and that is around, that be gender identity, racial identity, all different types of identities. And that just might need to be one sentence added to inclusion and intersectionality. I'm on under priority 2. That's one of those strategies. So a strategy about students feel their identity is celebrated, recognized in their school. Religious diversity, all those different identities that students bring. Any other thoughts? The strategic plan is before us for action tonight. We know that our year-round schools start in July, and so the planning is well underway, and want to make sure that our folks have guidelines to move forward tonight.
I'm trying to let this go and I'm not letting it go enough, but I go down to the bottom and the benchmarks are there. Like that's what we're going to be measuring. That's what we're bringing forward and looking at. And we did last time break out some subgroups. But do we have everybody we want broken out to be measured and accounted for? And it bugs me. And I'm not begging for the AIG students to be broken out. Like I'm asking if there's a measure, and I know that we could put in and track our students with exceptional needs, with our students with disabilities. Like, is that a metric that we could add and hold ourselves accountable to actually robustly serving those students? We pulled out Black and Hispanic, we pulled out LEP, right? And so that feels like a vulnerable group that we're not pulling out and measuring, and it's not sitting right with me. And I know it can't, I know putting it in grade level proficiency isn't the right metric for them, but is there a metric we could, I don't know. We've just been so explicit with the other. I don't know.
Were you gonna add something?
I just wanted to say this, that anytime we give you reports, for example, when we get all our high stake assessment, we disaggregated data by subgroup, EC, and so forth. But again, I'll say this, it's the pleasure of the board. If you guys want us to include all these subgroups, there are a lot of them. That's we always bring it to you on the regular basis.
Yeah, I just feel like it was improved by breaking out those subgroups last time. And I know that was hard work that we asked y'all to dig in and actually set some reasonable goals. I kind of wish we had one to be explicit. Well, I feel a little bit going in circles about it, and I don't know.
Board members, are there other thoughts around adding a specific goal around EC academic proficiency?
I just wanted to say I support adding it. We know that those are the two, especially at the state. I always go back to the funding and the budget caps for EC and ESL students. And so I support this. I support adding it. And if we didn't mention it at the last discussion, there's always so much that we talk about. It was not intentional, and I want our community, especially I was also at the graduation project search, and you know, one of the things is I wanted to make sure that families know about the focus that we have, the resources that we have. And I will say that that auditorium was not as full as I wanted it to be, but we definitely brought the enthusiasm, right? And so I'd like for that focus. I don't want to make this an omission just because we logistically didn't talk enough about it, because you know how it goes. These meetings go on long and all of us want to go home, you know, but we stay here and sometimes we harp on maybe some things, and it is not our intention to ever leave out our students. As a mother of EC students, like, you know what I mean? We have to do the best. So I also want to just say, I trust that if we pass this tonight, can we take some time? I mean, I want to check with because we've done this before, where we're saying we want to be able to support something with a condition, right? That something gets addressed and maybe you take time to kind of like, you know, that's a tricky thing to say. But I do know that we want to include EC in as many different areas. And so, and I know that takes time, and we may not be able to delineate every single space where we could. And so can we just put that, you know, I'm willing to support this with this amendment.
Yeah, I think I have a proposal. We've suggested some edits, and I think we can say that we would like to support the strategic plan tonight with those edits. The plan can come back to us and you can just show some of those highlight level edits like you did tonight. But I would think the administration might need to spend some time considering what an EC goal might look like, because the program is so expansive and we have so many students with so many different types of needs. What would the right benchmarks be, and what might that plan look like? But there's a clear focus. I know our families want supports and our boards want to make sure those numbers that we're supporting our students how we should. And so I just would want our administration to spend some time thinking about what the right metrics might be for that. Is it around grade level proficiency? Is it around growth? Is it, what is that? Well, and I think staffing is covered in some of the other areas, but just for us to consider what that would look like. So y'all see me I want to make sure we're pushing this forward tonight because I do think we need to make sure we give some really clear guidance to the folks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that. I hope we're gonna get this approved tonight with those edit. I'll say this about EC, please just trust us. We're gonna go back, we're gonna look at our baseline 22. We're gonna go back probably till 2017 and look at what's the right baseline is going to be. Then incrementally, we're gonna see what percentage point realistically that we're gonna be able to add in the next 5 years. So
And
we'll be able to bring it.
I would ask that is collaboratively done with our EC department and deciding what is the right goal. Is it proficiency? Is it growth? Is it something else? Like I would want them to have, and that to be a robust conversation around what's the right one. So this again is before us for action tonight. Ms. Rogers.
I'll make a motion, but as we look at that EC goal, can we make sure that it's attentive to student outcomes and not our input? Because we can input all we want to and agree that adults are going to input, but we want to see some outcomes from those students.
I think if we're gonna follow the state guideline, there's no way any of us will be able to predict what the growth is going to be. It's going to be student achievement, whatever is measured by the state. Nobody knows how to measure growth unless SAS Institute that can do that. It can be student achievement. It can be it's going to become too more subjective anytime we start getting to IEP and all that kind of thing. I think the only measure that we can be able to use will be really high-stake assessment, which is going to be achievement, not growth.
No, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't measuring what we were putting into. We're hiring more educators. We're hiring more whatever, tutors, or that we can do that all day. And that may not change anything. I move that we approve our 2023 to 2028 strategic plan with the edits that the board has offered tonight.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Rogers, seconded by Ms. Byer. Any other discussion? Go ahead, Ms. Chavez.
Can we be just explicit about what the edits are? I heard adding EC to a goal as appropriate. And then we had back and forth on this opportunity gap strategy. I don't know that we landed anywhere. So is the edit just to add EC or, okay. That's fine. with
The
me,
edit
but I
is
just
to
wanna be
add
clear.
EC. Our RTI team is taking notes, so they will bring back what these are, but EC statement around inclusion, student identities being included within the schools. I think opportunity gap should stay because of the list of things that are underneath it. If you take it and put culturally responsive curriculum at the top, you lose some of the other strategies that are listed within there. That's what I heard as the three big ones. I do want us to, Dr. Moving, I hear your point, but I want us to be mindful of using high stakes tests as the only metric for students. So I want us to consider what might be some other things that could be done there. It's been moved and properly second. Any other discussion points? All in favor, please say aye. Oh, actually, excuse me, Ms. Lewis is joining us virtually, so we need to do a voice vote. Ms. Lewis, we'll start with you.
Javanya Lewis, how about aye?
Ms. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Valladares?
Aye.
Ms. Byer?
Aye.
Ms. Chavez?
Aye.
And Ms. Carter-Otten?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. It passes unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you for your extensive work with Durham. We appreciate it. Next item on our agenda is gaggle.
Good evening. Again, after our break and the strategic plan, if we could pull up our presentation. Board members, I have just distributed, and we will work with Ms. Smith to make sure that it is posted for the public. As part of our feedback from the board, there was a request that we do an additional survey of our gaggle emergency contacts to ensure that all of our information was inclusive of the schools, all levels, as well as each group was represented. So what I have just given you is that updated survey. Ms. Malone, as we go through the presentation, will take you through our previous survey, which is currently available for the public. And you will see that even the more expansive survey mirrors the responses that we are going to share in the survey that did not receive as many responses. However, given the feedback that we did receive from the board, we wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to reach out again to those gaggle contacts. Tonight, upon request from our board in our February presentation, we are providing you with an update regarding gaggle this evening. Tonight, we have Ms. Joy Malone, Executive Director for Information Technology, Ms. Eva Howard, Executive Director for Safety and Security, and Ms. Tamika Ward Satterfield, Director of Student Wellness and Advocacy. You'll go to the next slide. Tonight, we will provide a very brief overview. We know we provided that information to you in February. We will also provide data regarding our 100 days, as well as the survey results. You will see in the presentation the survey that was administered earlier this spring, as well as you have copies of the most recent survey. Tonight, this is before you for information as a request from our February update, and we will look to you for guidance regarding readiness in terms of moving this to a future board agenda in terms of action items. Before we get into all of the details, we would like to thank and recognize all of our school-based leaders, our gaggle emergency contacts, as well as our district team members. Each of them have been responsive as they receive district gaggle alerts to ensure that they are responsive to the schools, our school communities, and most importantly, our young people. Next slide, please. And one more. As we think about, we just had a robust conversation about our upcoming strategic plan. And as we think about the work that we do, all of that work is connected to our strategic plan. In our current strategic plan, the gaggle safety management aligns with 3 of our priorities. Priority 1, increase academic achievement. Priority 2, provide a safe environment that supports the whole child. And priority 4, strengthen school, family, and community engagement. At this time, I will turn the presentation over to Ms. Eva Howard, Executive Director for Safety and Security. Ms. Howard. Thank you, Dr. Harding. Next slide, please. Yes. In DPS Safety and Security, we are consistently collaborating to proactively assess safety and security strategies and mitigate comprehensive safety issues to ensure our measures are fostering effective conditions for learning in and outside of the classroom. Safety is truly everyone's responsibility, so we look to our 31,000 plus students and their families, our 5,300 plus teachers, administrators, district staff, and our entire community to have a hand in keeping our schools safe. We partner closely with our school counselors, student services, school resource officers to use their skills and expertise in handling student situations. Our safety and security team utilizes a variety of tools and resources to aid in the investigation and resolution of harmful situations. Our safety system's effectiveness is based on a layered approach. For example, some valuable resources that we partner with include the Sandy Hook Promise Anonymous Say Something Tip System, the Motorola Anonymous Text-a-Tip System, Zscaler, which is the district solution that DPS IT manages to filter and block websites that are inappropriate for our students. We're currently blocking 14.4 million websites. We have approximately 2,800 wired cameras connected to our network infrastructure. These cameras are monitoring our entrances, hallways, and high traffic areas in and around our schools to provide video surveillance.
Gaggle is another tool that was added to our toolkit. Now I will turn it over to Ms. Malone to give more details about what Gaggle is and how it's used within DPS. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. At our February 9th work session, we provided details on what Gaggle is. This is a review of Gaggle's mission, how the Gaggle software works, and what environments Gaggle monitors within DPS. Next slide, please. Here is a reminder of our current Gaggle workflow. And next, I will turn it over to Ms. Tamika Ward-Satterfield to share information about Gaggle and its use in other North Carolina districts.
Good evening again. Next slide, please. Nationally, last year, Gaggle was used by 630,000 students and sent 34,000 incidents to school staff for review. Next slide, please. The previous slide highlighted Gaggle's national data, and this slide focuses on their involvement in North Carolina. As we see, much of what we already know to be true is reinforced. After the pandemic, students are dealing with more pervasive mental health issues. Gaggle reports that across their member schools and districts in our state, they have seen a 37% overall increase in student safety issues. I will return it now to Ms. Malone. Next slide, please.
All right, so this is a review of DPS funding for Gaggle. On November 19th, 2020, the DPS board approved the implementation of Gaggle and accepted a DPI grant in the amount of $143,270 that has been fully used. On June 23rd, 2022, the DPS board once again approved for Gaggle and accepted 2 additional DPI grants totaling $440,839. Year to date, DPS has used $221,781 for these grant funds. It is important to note that if DPS decides to discontinue the use of Gaggle at the end of the 2022-2023 school year, DPS will be expected to return $116,371 back to the state, as these funds were specifically allocated for the use of Gaggle. Next slide, please. This slide is also provided as a review from the February 9th board meeting that highlights the DPS implementation timeline of Gaggle. Next slide, please. When implementing changes in any environment, it is common practice to take an assessment at the end of the first 100 days. May 9th was our 100-day mark for Gaggle being fully implemented in all DPS schools. Here you can see that within our first 100 days, the Gaggle safety team reviewed 40,823 items and spent 350.6 hours reviewing DPS items. Out of those items, 59 were considered by Gaggle as possible student situations, and 927 were considered questionable content. Here you can see how these items were categorized. Over to the right is a diagram that shows the number of possible student situations that happened during the school day, as well as those after school hours. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see the number of types of Gaggle alerts received across our school levels within the first 100 days. Next slide, please. As part of our 100-day assessment of gaggle, we surveyed DPS gaggle emergency contacts. This slide and the following slides will include the survey questions and the compiled responses. Here you can see how each gaggle emergency contact identified their job position within DPS. Next slide, please. This question, how often did you use gaggle? 52% of respondents indicated that they use gaggle daily or weekly. Next slide, please. How often did a gaggle agent reach out to you? 77% of respondents indicated that a gaggle agent reached out to them monthly or never. Next slide, please. How easy was gaggle to use? 72% indicated that gaggle was extremely easy or somewhat easy to use. Next slide, please. How useful was gaggle? 55% indicated that gaggle was extremely useful or somewhat useful. Next slide, please. This question, how many gaggle alerts did you receive outside of school hours? Here you can see the spectrum where 21% indicated they received no alerts at all, and 28% indicated they received 5 or more alerts. Next slide, please. On average, how much time did you spend addressing gaggle alerts after school hours? 36% indicated that they spent 0 hours after school addressing gaggle alerts, and 51% indicated they spent 1 or 2 hours. Next slide, please. This question gauges the value of gaggle in DPS. Did gaggle allow you to take action on at least one safety concern you would not have known about through other channels? 75% of our DPS gaggle emergency contacts said yes. Next slide, please. How many possible student situation alerts were investigated and found to be non-emergencies or crises? 39% of our respondents indicated that 5 or more PSS alerts were investigated and found to be non-emergencies or crises. Next slide, please. And this is the next to last question. Do you recommend DPS continue the use of gaggle as a district software for safety management? 66% of our DPS gaggle emergency contacts selected yes. And finally, we wanted to add our DPS emergency contacts. How would they rate gaggle? 82% of respondents gave gaggle 3, 4, or 5 stars. This concludes our prepared slides for the gaggle update. The next slide, and I will turn it back over to Dr. Hardy.
Thank you, Ms. Malone, Ms. Howard, and Ms. Tamika Ward Satterfield. Chair Umstead, this is before the board this evening for information and discussion. And we look to you in terms of next steps and any readiness for an action item at our next meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hardy, and your team for the presentation. And in the late hour, we appreciate that. Board members, do we have questions or comments? Ms. Lewis, I know you're joining us virtually. Do you have any questions or comments?
No, thank you for the presentation.
Ms. Carter Alton?
Thank you, thank you so much for the presentation. And thank you so much for the redone survey. I feel like this is the way that the questions were asked is also a lot more useful in some ways in the new version, and you clearly have more respondents also. I'm still a little curious to know like who those 159 are out of the 218 and who we might be missing, but I'm not sure that we have that information. But I guess my overarching question or comments and questions are, I guess, to know in the end whether I would recommend continued use of gaggle and DPS. I need to know two things. Where did gaggle prevent harm and where has gaggle created harm? And you've provided us with some data, but I still am struggling without additional context here to really be able to answer those questions. And I don't know if you could provide us like with a little bit more data, but I guess one example of my confusion is how many gaggle PSS alerts were investigated and found to be non-emergencies? So it looks like we have 66 people in the revised survey who said 3 or more. But we have 59 total PSSs over that same period. I don't understand that. But
Correct.
maybe I'm not.
So the question was how many gaggle PSS alerts were investigated and to be found to be non-emergencies or crises. So say, for example, that was a possible student situation in which once the administrator or school-based level administrators talked to those students, they found out, hey, it could have been where a student was writing a diary or writing lyrics to a song. And so once they had that conversation with them, it was a matter of, no, this is not an emergency. This is not a crisis. This student is not in a self-harm type situation.
And could have multiple emergency contacts responded about the same PSS?
Oh, definitely. Yes.
Okay, that might be maybe where some of the numbers might be a little off.
That's why it's a little bit fuzzy to me again, but that makes it a little bit more clear because that means that maybe on slide 14, where you present the data on the total number of incidents by category and type. So 59 PSS are those that were determined to in fact be PSS, like emergency situations. Those were not flagged as PSS and then ended up not being emergencies.
So say, for example, you can see where it says PSS and then it says suicide 21. Correct? So say, for example, one of those suicides, gaggle flagged it as a possible student situation. But after administrators talked to those students, it could have been where, hey, they were in a diary situation and they did not were going to commit suicide.
That's helpful. I still feel like I'm left, and I'll let others speak next, but I still feel like I'm left not really being very clear on where it has helped us and where it has clearly prevented harm to our students and where maybe it's hurt students, because we don't have additional context on like educators or staff who are saying that they don't like it or they wouldn't recommend it. Why? Like, have they seen indication of harm? Have we heard from families, for example, that there's been indication of harm? Because we don't see family data here either.
Yep. And again, we have heard from some families. Some families have said, it kind of goes both ways. They have been able to learn about their student situation, and it allowed them to get them the support that they need. Whereas you do have some families to say that it's a privacy issue. And so again, from this standpoint, we're just providing the facts that our administrators as our gaggle contacts have provided. And that's what we're just sharing today. You're welcome.
Ms. Rogers?
Okay, so I have a couple questions. My first question is in regards to family correspondence. Did we intentionally seek out information from families, or Are we just hearing from them voluntarily?
No, so these are just families that willingly solicited feedback. We did not do like a survey of families.
Okay. So that means that we're hearing from like the loudest speakers, the people in the most extreme. Oh, I love it. Oh, I hate it. So I'm not sure. I'll take that for what it is. My question is, in these 100 days, how did we get students involved in the process and understanding how Gaggle is functioning? Are we teaching them about how the software is monitoring? Specifically, you don't go into an airport unprepared about what you can't take through. So are we having those kinds of conversations with students at an age appropriate level about what they can and cannot do on DPS devices?
And so as part of our technology responsible use policy and communicating with students, every year when they get a device, students are made aware. I know when I'm out at schools and working with, whether it's our tech champions or our technicians, we are making sure that not only our students, but also our staff understand when you use these type devices, what types of information can be reported back. And so we're educating them that, hey, when you are on DPS equipment, or even when you're on other equipment that may belong to others, even out in the workplace, you should be mindful of what you're doing on those and make sure that they're not kind of being incompliant there.
I appreciate that, but children can't agree to anything. I mean, they can sign everything all day, every day. They're not fully developed. We also tell them, you have to come in and learn how to read, but that doesn't mean that they're going to do that. So are we actually having lessons? Is this built into the work that we're doing around educating the whole child about what they can and cannot do? Yeah.
I think that's excellent feedback. And I do think that there's some opportunity for there to be improvement in that area regarding our acceptable use policy.
Thank you.
Ms. Byer.
I appreciate the work that you all did. I know this is what we kind of asked you to do, to look at it in 100 days. I think some of the concerns that our community raised the last time we looked at this, and some of the concerns we have about student privacy continue to weigh heavy on me with the use of a product like this. And so, for brevity, I think I would be comfortable returning the money to the state and discontinuing the use of this product at this time. That's kind of where I am on it. I really hope that we can put our energy and focus with safety into what I think is first and foremost building relationships with students that are trusting relationships. And so that's where I think resources and energy should go as we navigate these really complicated issues. And I believe that Wake County discontinued using this after trying it for a while. Yeah, thank you.
I appreciate Ms. Bayer's comments there. I think that's really helpful as we're doing this work. If we just look around, that's the position of our board. That's going to save our staff a lot of time.
Ms. Valladares.
Thank you. I want to thank you so much for all the added levels. I mean, communities still, they talk about how are we keeping the school safe, right? And I like to be able to put the layers, like in terms of like, you mentioned the cameras, you mentioned like all, we're having so many discussions as to what does it take to keep our kids safe, and definitely relationship is at the heart, and our strategic plan, talks about that. When it comes to Gaggle, even from the last time I was talking about like the life cycle of a device, like that life cycle from procurement, integration, kind of like seeing how it integrates, and then also ending a life cycle, at what point we're ready to end it. And what I will say is that the company itself, I looked into their website for algorithm bias, and I'm looking at some guidebooks, and they didn't really do their work in terms of algorithm bias. Like, what are the areas of bias? And that's on Gaggle, not on us, because I know that we're trying to keep our kids safe. That's all we know. We know that, there have been instances where we kind of get the evidence that, yeah, it helped in this particular case. We don't have the full robust examples of harm. I really like that question, Jessica, about like, you know, what are the unintended harms? What are the benefits? We can't really gauge all that fully right now, but I do know that that's one layer of safety that we wanted to explore. But my concern is with the company. And it has nothing to do with your, you know, like your attempt to bring something to us that, you know, other districts are using. My thing is that when I look at the ethics of that website, I can already tell you that even not even manufacturers. I mean, I'm talking about like anywhere you look, when you talk about algorithm bias in a company that sells a product, they'll have robust, like I'm talking about like robust information about how they're addressing algorithm bias. There's a whole field for it. Their examples, they name one example along race and Black students and Black to non-Black, one example, and they could have gone in so many different ways of like how, because we know the bias is, again, intersectionality, you know, so many different ways that they could have expanded upon how they're staying accountable to that. So as a company, I have my reservations with Gaggle because of the company's lack of transparency about how they're addressing algorithm bias. And I will say that at this point, you know, maybe this company at this point has so many districts, they should share more. There should be more transparency in how they're addressing algorithm bias. That's where I land. But I also look at you as folks who, number one, are working to keep our kids safe. That's your number one priority, using technology to do that. And I want to support, you know, your efforts in terms of like, when there is technology, like already another company, Force Metrics, is in the area trying to like to talk about, we have technology and this is how we're different than, you know, ShotSpotter and all these other things. And we're always going to be getting suggestions from different companies. So I just want to thank you all so much for bringing this to us, giving us the updates, you know, doing what we asked for in terms of like letting us see the surveys. And this is very important data, but for me, the most important thing for me is algorithm bias. And the company itself just didn't meet the criteria for me in that way. And I'm very disappointed in their lack of providing that. And so that's just what I wanted to share, that I appreciate so much this work that you're all doing to keep our kids safe. And I think that we need to continue to share with the community, right? Like the different ways, the different like Swiss cheese model, like we have this layer, we have this layer, we have text to tip, we have, gosh, I'm drawing a blank now. I guess it's because it's so late. Say something, of course, say something. And obviously like observation. But the other thing that I will say is personally, I've heard from some kids that they're not logging into their, so a lot of the children were using phones, right? And since we started putting out the Gaggle, there was a scare. And I can tell you, particularly with kids that I've talked to, they've stopped using their phones for educational opportunities. And the reason why is because they're like, they're going to access my pictures. And as much as I'm like, well, you know, that's one of those things that we talked about, like, what does it really access and what does it really have access to? And we can tell them that we have set the parameters at a certain level, but they're still like, nah, I'm not even checking my phone. And I have seen grades drop. I'm telling you, I've been talking to kids about Gaggle for a while, and they're just like, nah, we're not even going to log in with our phone, like only on the device. And that portability, like being able to access your Canvas, you're being able to do what you need to do. And kids are kids, right? Some of them are doing some things that we need to stay on top of. So it's tricky. It's tricky. I'm just letting y'all know that I have a lot of love for the intention behind this product, but I think the product itself, I'm holding them accountable to do their work a little better about how they're addressing algorithm bias.
Thank you, Ms. Valladares. I sent any other question or comments from board members. I appreciate y'all getting this data, and I think my questions still center and somewhat around the company and the technology. And I understand that the state provided funding for this, but I don't know that means that we have to use it. And so I think that's important for us to be honest about. It sounds like I hear some questions / unreadiness. I do want to give the administration some guidance. This is here for discussion. Is there something that we want to hear in June so we can take action, or do we all feel kind of that we don't need anything in June because we feel the sense of unreadiness and don't want to continue with the project. So I'm just kind of looking, I want to give staff some guidance on where to go next, because they have some work to do before we get to our June meeting. So I heard from Ms. Valladares and Ms. Byer, their positions, Ms. Rogers, Ms. Cardono, or Ms. Chavez. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to thank you too for the all the data you presented. This is very useful in addition to the anecdotal data that I think we've heard. I feel at this time that for me, there's not enough evidence to keep to maintain it. Some of the information, there are different, there is a spectrum of responses here. But I feel that I would want to see like overall more convincing, like I really want to keep it higher ratings from staff members. I remain concerned about the staff hours spent on it. And I do think about with the after hours spent, what if those hours were spent on relationship building endeavors that I think would probably be more effective at getting at some of the different issues that are listed here, concerns around suicidal feelings, and I have too many tabs open, but all the different things that the Gaggle is attempting to track, self-harm, other possibly problematic, manners of expression, that kind of thing. So I think that's where I land. Also, I may not be here in June if you vote on it then. So so I think that that's where I come down right now. But the data was really helpful. So I appreciate it. And I appreciate you, I believe that we need to do our due diligence in multiple ways to try and keep our students safe. And I also believe in going after things and reevaluating, and do we want to keep this or not? But with my overall evaluation, that's where I land. So thank you very much.
Ms. Lewis.
So I didn't have any questions from the presentation, but as far as comments, as we're weighing in on where we stand, it's important for me that we have layers of approaches to keep our students safe. And with just the increase of mental health, suicidal ideations, and things of that nature, that this is at one of those possible areas of stopping or preventing and keeping kids safe. I would not oppose us using it through the end of the contract that we have for the grant. I definitely agree that we need to make sure there's just no bias happening and the things of that nature. But for me, that's that safety of students who might be just talking about self-harm gives that layer of protection. I don't think, to me, that weighs more for me to have that layer of protection in place. And unless we had something else that would support our students with additional counselors, social workers, those bodies in the place to do that, I'm not ready to swap one for the other because we have nothing for the other. We'd just be giving the money back without having another layer in place in this moment, where at least with another year, we could get something else in place, knowing that the contract was going to end in 2024. And just the last thing, when it comes to monitoring kids and the devices, I just think it's a good practice for our parents to be aware of what their kids are doing on their devices and the different sites they're going to. That oversight needs to be there. And I think that this gives that oversight as well. And this data really does help just seeing where our those who are monitoring it or being engaged as far as emergency contacts stand. So this is just really helpful information for me as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Is there any other folks who are in support of keeping Gaggle? All right, so if it seems like there's unreadiness to continue working with the project, I think, Ms. Lewis, I want to echo your comments though around this layer of making sure that we have something to catch support for students. I would like to see us maybe spend some money, some investments in making sure we amplify our other tip lines, as well as I'm not gonna remember the number now, but the national hotline around self-harm. So what did it say? 988. So how do we amplify some of those other places? And I think we talked about mental first aid, mental health in our meeting on Tuesday. And how do we student ambassadors and how do we kind of invest and continue to build that up so that students know here are the places that I can go when I'm experiencing this? Because I think right now this gaggle isn't like student driven. It is truly is like us kind of imposing ourselves on that. So I want us students to know though where they go, who to contact, and different places to where they can find the support that they need. All right, thank you all.
Awesome, thank you.
Just for clarification, I think we are terminating at the end of this year.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like, but it
And
sounds
we'll
like
work
we need
with
a
our-
motion. Is that correct?
Do we have a current contract? So
I mean, you do have a contract, so I mean, I guess before you terminate, so it sounds like the direction of the board is very clear. You would like administration to come back, well, or would like administration to terminate the contract. I guess the question is, are you authorizing the administration to terminate the contract now or to, I guess, review, negotiate any sort of termination? I do not, I just want to make sure, since this was on as an information and discussion item, and I have the contract pulled up now, but I just, would like to review it and advise you on the termination. But I think it's very clear you would like an item on June's agenda to terminate the contract and perhaps with the timelines for that at the end of this year versus if there's any sooner option.
That sounds good. If we can have just a quick report around if there are any other implications around, I know we do need to return funding, if there are other implications around that. I think that also June gives us a couple months to be thinking about what might we want to amplify and put in place for the beginning of the school year. By a couple, I mean just really one and some change.
and if we do have to give, I know we did discuss this with Mr. Malone. I think there is either 30 or 45 days notice that we have to give. So if we do have to do such, do we have the board's permission in consultation with our legal counsel to do that before the June meeting? Because the contract would end June 30th, and that was one of the reasons I think the board wanted us to bring this to you in May so that we would have the appropriate timeline to follow in agreement with the contract that we have signed.
So the board is authorizing the administration to potentially contract? That would be
I
the
would
motion.
move that we authorize the administration to terminate the contract with Gaggle according to the terms of the contract. Is that?
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Valladares. We'll do any other discussion? Ms. Rogers?
How will this impact our year-round schools?
That was one of the reasons I was asking that clarification, because if not, the 30 days could trickle over into July, which would impact the use of year-round. If we are able to terminate by June 30th, then it does not have impact on the year-round schools that would begin in July, which is what I understood from the board, is that you wanted at the end of this academic year for it to no longer continue.
Sure, I see.
Yeah, I'd like to just say, and I'm not looking at the contract right now, but it should be about funds availability. And if you as a board are, I'm just throwing this out there, are terminating the contract as of June 30th, there are no funds for next year. The contract would be canceled during this year for this year's use with a 45-day notice that the next year would have to be entered into unless we did a 2 or 3 year contract. And if we did not, it ceases at June 30th if it is not extended. So that's my thought pattern on that.
Want to make,
So I understand the motion to be the administration, the board authorizes the administration to terminate the contract with the effective date of June 30th, 2023 as allowed, in accordance with the contract.
all right, so it's been moved and properly moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Valladares. We'll do a voice vote. Ms. Lewis,
No.
Ms. Rogers,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares. I apologize, it's late, y'all. Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Carter Alton,
Aye.
Ms. Chavez.
Aye.
And I vote aye, so it passes 6-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is before and after school.
Good
Excuse me,
morning.
just really after school. Good morning.
Well, good night. Thank you all for this opportunity to provide an update to you on the current status of our after-school program. We have Dr. Reverend Dietrich Danner here to share the update with you. Dr. Danner.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart. Good evening, Dr. Mabinga and board members. Tonight, I will provide an update on the DPS Community Education After School Program. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. DPS elementary before and after school programs are licensed by the North Carolina Division of Child Development and Early Education Division. All DPS before and after school elementary programs have a 4- or 5-star rating and must adhere to licensure regulations, including student to staff ratios and staff qualifications per campus license. 27 elementary before and after school programs are licensed. Federal Street students are transported to W.G. Pearson. Burton and C.C. Spalding students are transported to R.N. Harris. Y.E. Smith students are transported to Eastway for program participation. 8 middle schools offer encore after-school programs. The School for Creative Studies offers a before-school program due to the late bell schedule. Encore programs include Broadden, Githens, Lowe's Grove, Lucas, Little River combined, Rogers Her, Carrington, Neo, and Shepherd. Next slide, please. After school registration opened for DPS families on April 24th, 2023. 1,458 elementary after school seats were available when the registration opened. In the 22-23 school year, 1,090 seats were available, a difference of 368 seats for the 23-24 school year. The current wait list is 330 students compared to 766 in 2022. 375 middle school after school seats were also available when registration opened. In the 22-23 school year, 240 seats were available, a difference of 135 seats for the 23-24 school year. There has been no increase in program fees since 2017. The monthly cost for after-school care is $205 per child. Next slide, please. Recruiting and hiring has been prioritized for the following schools: E.K. Poe, Lions Farm, Moorhead, and Watts. These schools have a wait list above 30 students. Increasing the staff capacity and hiring 11 staff members, which includes 2 current vacancies, will significantly reduce these schools' wait list by 144 students. Next slide, please. Currently, there are 110 employees working in elementary after-school programs. A total of 133 employees are needed to operate the program at 41% capacity. Therefore, we must hire 23 qualified people by July 2023. After reducing the wait list by 144 students at EK Poe, Lions Farm, Moorhead, and Watts, 186 at this date will remain on the wait list. To reduce the wait list of 186 students, 13 additional people must be hired. A total of 36 people must be hired by July 2023. Next slide, please. Middle school after-school staffing update. Currently, there are 21 employees working in middle schools after-school programs. A total of 33 employees are needed to operate the program at 78% capacity. Therefore, we must hire 12 qualified people by July 2023. There are no waitlisted students at the middle school level. Next slide, please. After school staff recruiting and hiring are underway. Recruiting efforts include participating in local job fairs as well as bi-weekly recruitment efforts at NCCU and Durham Tech. Additionally, we will continue the after-school instructional assistant full-time position, offer recruitment and retention bonuses, and the community ed incentive referral program, as well as provide current DPS employees who desire to work in the program extra duty pay. Next slide, please. Our next steps include hiring and placing staff to reduce waitlisted programs. Once approval is received from the North Carolina Division of Child Development and Early Education regarding an increase in program capacity for EK Poe, waitlisted families will be contacted. Additionally, we will strongly consider suggested stakeholder feedback generated from the April 23 registration process for the 24-25 school year. Next slide. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Danner, for this presentation. And we know that there's been a lot of interest in our after-school program. And so we wanted to make sure we could provide this update for the community. Appreciate the work that you've done from last year to this year to get to us to where we are. And we recognize there's still work to do. Board members, questions, comments? I'm happy to go first if other people don't. I want to just again say I appreciate the work that we've done so far. I'll make some comments, and then maybe a few questions. It feels like we have more demand for after school than we actually have the capacity to hold. Is that correct?
Yes, meaning that our program can accommodate 3,940 students. That would be 100% capacity, which means that we will need 323 employees. Right now, we still don't have the high interest in staff working in our programs. So even if we increase the program to 1,788, which will eliminate the wait list, we will need close to 135 employees.
I appreciate that. I know that many of the employees that work for you, I'm sure they span a lot of different types of jobs, but is it also true that some of them are like college students or people who are here for a season?
A majority of our employees are college students.
Okay.
They are group leaders.
Right. Awesome. Which is a great job for our college students. And so when you say July 2023, is that a year-round calendar or is that how does July become we need to hire by this point?
So we're trying to make sure that, as we've heard from the public, we're trying to make sure that we open our doors with the wait list reduced considerably. We know that the ongoing wait list, always will be an ongoing wait list. So to ensure that we at least accommodate those high interest programs, that we are able to accommodate those families.
I appreciate that. I hope we can prioritize if we it didn't sound like year-round schools had some of those vacancies, but if we prioritize those because they start earlier.
Right
and
now, our
then-
year-round schools are under 30,
Okay,
and so we're continuing to hire.
got you. Okay, so make sure we prioritize those schools who start in July, and then our traditional calendar schools that start later. A couple of pieces of feedback that I know we've heard from community, I want to make sure that we can try to implement as we go into the fall is that I know for the magnet programs, people have a position on the wait list, and I'm not sure if that is true in after school too. But what we heard last year, some families realized the day before school started that they were still on a wait list and there was nothing available. So how do we kind of get that communication out to families earlier? Or if I know where I am on the wait list, the likelihood that I may or may not get in, so that families can start planning ahead of time. I think that might be something really important.
Well, right now, with our new software, ProCare, it does indicate immediately when a family is on the wait list. So once you submit your application, it will give you a status, accepted or waitlisted. That is, and then the staff has a number and that family is located on the numbering list. Now, that number is not made public to the family, but the wait list is compiled in by sequence order.
And I wonder if we could make that number public just so families can help them make decisions. If I know I'm 55, I need to think about something else. If I'm number 3, I might have an option to make sure I'm getting in. And I think when we do our magnet programs, I hear families talk about it like that, right? Like I'm 90 on the wait list. I know I'm not getting into said school. I'm closer up. I know I might have a possibility. So I think that'll just be helpful so the families can plan. The other thing I think I want to make sure is, and I don't know the answer to this, but the sign up at 8, I think y'all do have space for scholarship students. Is that correct? And students whose families may qualify for reduced lunch, or is it truly if I don't get on at 8, I can't get in?
That's not the case that
Okay.
because you signed up to, I'll describe the registration process this way. And I know someone likened it to a concert, but I will describe it as a concert. And while it's not a concert, there are only at the time 1,458 seats available. So when the portal opened, 1,927, I believe, people were online, and those slots moved that quickly. That's how I would describe it. So it's not a process that says it's a window of time. It didn't work that way. And so we realized that when we talked with the ProCare solution provider, that they handle 9,000, 10,000 registrations at a time. And when you hit that button, if everyone knows it's going to happen, it's like you lose your seat. And so it has happened to me on many occasions. I can give you an example. I wanted to ride the new ride at Disney. I woke up at 6 o'clock trying to get a ride on one of those new rides. And at 8:01, all the tickets were gone. That's just the way the software works. And so we can continue to explore how that improvements in the system to ensure that we can improve the software with a vendor.
I think any ways that we can think about how to improve it. I just think about families who couldn't get on at 8. Some of our families who may not have access to a computer or who need to call MRC to be able to navigate that system. And so how do we make sure those folks have ability to get into the system? So I don't know if that's with the vendor, that's some of the work that we can do, but how do we make sure they have access to?
So I will say that our programs with like our smaller schools with smaller capacities, those spaces move quickly, but there is still space in some programs. And so our MRC, and I must thank our MRC team, they were on it day one. I mean, they've been with us through the process. They were there to assist our Latinx families, and we were still registering later in the week. I was checking on the staff, making sure they were okay, but we were servicing people, and we continue to service people to this day who want after school.
I think that's all of my comments or questions. I appreciate this update. And I think I really do want the public to hear that there's more of a demand than there is an actual supply or what we can meet. And it is a community challenge. The public school system is doing what we can, but we also need our other community partners to be able to help support us. It makes me wonder too, for some of the, I think maybe we did this last year. How do we get a list of here are the other after school programs in the area? Please feel free to reach out to the YMCA or Walltown Children's Theater or other programs so that families know what some of those options are. But this is a community challenge. I think that town hall last year really spoke to that, and I hope we can continue to have community input into it.
Thank you.
Ms. Rogers.
Thanks for this presentation. And thanks to the community for the feedback that they've been giving. It's much appreciated. My questions, I guess, stemming from Chair Umstead would be sibling priority. When we talk about that in magnet schools and all the other schools, especially if they're waitlisted, how do we get the siblings linked so that registration happens simultaneously? Or they can move on the wait list to get something about some communication there. My question also is around the registration process where you're going online to do all the things and you have to enter your blood type and all that stuff. Is there a way that we can get people registered and then have them fill out the background information for enrollment? Because if we don't, if you sign up for daycare, which is essentially what after school care is, you can pay to be on the wait list. And I still have a deposit at Primary Colors on Dixon Road if anybody's interested. I have an 11-year-old. You can pay to be on a wait list, but the enrollment from form is not filled out until enrollment time. So if we can change that process, that might be helpful to getting some people registered. And I know we're trying to build trust. I really appreciate how responsive you guys have been on all these issues to everybody. It doesn't help that on the slides and in the presentation that SCS is a later end time, and it's not anymore with the bell time switch. It's the same as all the other middle schools at 3:20.
I thought
It's all good.
SCS begins at 8:20
Yeah,
for this school year.
and goes to 3:20.
No, it has a before school. It offers before school care.
Yeah, and not after school care, but you say it's because it's at a different time as the other middle schools, but it's the same middle school schedule.
It has an after school program. SCS does.
No, this slide says it doesn't.
I say,
It's cool.
yeah.
Oh,
But
okay.
Yeah, it's cool.
We
Thank you.
It does have.
So
an
they
after
do
school
have
program.
after school, not before.
They have before
They have
school.
both.
They have both. They have before school care and after school care.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes. So Board Member Rogers, I've heard your suggestions and we will definitely take your feedback and look at sibling priority as well as registration, streamline the registration process.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis, you have any comment?
No.
All
I
right.
apologize. I apologize. Excuse me, I stand to be corrected. You're right. It has a before school program. It had last year it had an after school program. This year it does not. They're combined. Yes, I'm okay. We're okay. We're on the same page. I'm looking at the staffing capacity list from the staff. So you're correct. Yes,
And so I'm assuming they don't need it.
they don't need, there's no interest. There was.
Thank you.
Right. I apologize. It is about 12:05.
It's midnight.
Yes.
Ms. Valladares?
I'm just gonna take just a second to say, the comments today about every family who wants to have, who needs this to be able to have it, and how do we as a district, right? Like all of us, like, somebody was mentioning collective, the idea that this is not just something that you're responsible for, but I think as a district, we really need to make sure that every family who needs this has access to it. And so, how do we move that forward? And We're not gonna do it tonight. It's already past midnight, but definitely just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Cardofton.
Yes, I agree with everything that's been said, and I just wanted to add a couple of other things, and I thank you so much for doing this evening, especially at this late hour. It sounds like our main challenge right now is staffing, because we are in the process of resolving the space issue that was specific to Poe, right?
Yes.
Okay. But even if we do everything we can to try to find more staffing, we don't anticipate being able to meet the needs of everybody in the district.
No, we
Right.
cannot meet everyone. No.
So I do think it's important to do what Chair Umstead had requested, which is let people know where they are on the wait list, and if we can possibly provide them with resources that exist in the community as something to have in the meantime while we're trying to figure out bigger community-based solutions. I also wonder if, sorry, it's late. Are there, the community brought to us the idea of creating a lottery system. And I just wanted to check in because we've talked about how it's a race to get these positions. So if we know that there's not going to be enough for everybody, and we know we want to be an equitable system, is there a way to, in the future, next year maybe, consider making this a lottery where people have a period of time where they can submit their application and then names are drawn out of a hat. So people don't have to race and we don't have to give advantage to those who can get to their computer earlier.
That's something we can explore, and that's something we will do as we review the feedback, is that we will explore that possibility.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Danner. Ms. Chavez.
All right, thank you. Thank you for staying late. All of this, I want to make a couple comments. One, I'm glad we're in a better place than we were last year. I want to, I guess actually first I want to say, along the lines of what Ms. Valladares was saying, I want to underline that, underscore the need for just more innovative solutions across the community, other partnerships, that kind of thing. So that's bigger than right now, but I'm kind of interested to know what what assistance you all feel that is needed to explore this idea of really making after school accessible to all of our students who get out at 2:15. So I will follow up with that conversation because it's a bigger thing than even your department and all of that. But I want to say around two issues: one, communication, and two, equity. A few things. One, I would just love to see us really be thoughtful about our communication. I know that I read in the materials that the call went out to everybody, but the whole community did not receive it, or they did not know that it was coming, or that a lot of people, there were many families who said they didn't know, or they knew very late, and to plan to be also at your at your computer at 8 a.m. if you don't have if you have kids that go in different places, and all of that is that's a lot to orchestrate. I don't think it was on social media. I was just checking on that, but just the more we can over communicate, I think the better. If perhaps I don't know if there are any principals who put it out as well in addition to Mr. Sutter's message, but I think that would be helpful just to really get the word out so people feel informed and like they have a fair chance at this, at getting after school. And then my other comments around communication are around language. So I just want us to be thoughtful, that a third of our students are Latinx, and I would say the majority of their parents speak Spanish primarily. And so, there's a PDF on the website that even if you translate the site, the PDF doesn't translate. It's still in English. I was going to look at the forms. The forms are listed in in English. Even the Spanish form is listed and it says Spanish in English instead of Espanol. And so, and some of the forms are not translated at all, some of the PDFs. And so, just things like that. I want us to, really, yeah, just be mindful of how our families are experiencing our communication, and make sure that it's language accessible. And then beyond that, just a point around equity. I think the consideration around the lottery that Ms. Carter Otten was talking about is a good one. We've heard that feedback last year and this year, and that could be a way of just evening the playing field so that everybody who cannot get online at 8 a.m., are the first ones to get these spots. And also, I do have a concern around holding the fee for waitlisted families. And I don't know if there's an alternative to that, since that is, it's, they don't know if they're gonna get a spot, and they're, we're holding on to their money. So if I would just like us to be mindful of, one, communication with those who are, how people are receiving it, and two, just integrating equity into every aspect of this process. And then beyond that, I hope we will have more larger community conversations. Thank you very much. And I hope people come. I'm sure no one's watching anymore, but I hope you come if you're a college student, come work for after school or consider it. All right, that's it.
Ms. Byer.
I appreciate you adding to the agenda. I know we asked for it at the last minute. I think it's important for our community to know that we feel this is an urgent need and that we want to be doing more. And that if we need community partners and folks to join us, then maybe we can be the ones to convene that think tank kind of work, and bring people to the table. I thought that town hall we had last year was a tough meeting, but it was good. It was Durham folks bringing their ideas and helping us kind of come to solutions, because that's what we're going to have to continue to Band-Aid together. And I wonder, as we move forward with growing together, how there's ways we could use the regional model to maybe figure out transporting students to a more central elementary school, or to build capacity that way. And I hope that you'll bring us an update at the next meeting or the next one after that we keep bringing this public and make it transparent as we're making progress, and that we keep sharing how people can apply for these positions all through. And I know y'all will, and I know Public Affairs will help you, but we're going to need some of our families to actually come join us and help spread the word on staffing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for this presentation, Dr. Danner. I'm sure we'll have you back to talk more about this as the fall starts. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next item on our agenda is a resolution against school vouchers. Ms. Byer, do you want to give a very brief introduction to this?
School vouchers are unconstitutional and moving forward anyway and expanding. This is a resolution written by Every Child NC. I actually don't even think we need to read it unless anyone's that excited about reading it. It is very, very, very late, but I do want to thank the folks at Every Child NC for drafting it, and they're moving it with school boards across the state. So it is entitled Resolution Urging the North Carolina General Assembly to Reject Harmful School Voucher Plans.
It is being uploaded to our board docs website so that the public has access to it. If it's okay with the board, I'm okay with us not reading this tonight, but I will accept a motion if someone would like to pass it or make it, excuse me.
Move approval of the resolution urging the North Carolina General Assembly to reject harmful school voucher plan.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Rogers, seconded by Ms. Chavez. Any other discussion? We'll start with Ms. Lewis.
Aye.
Ms. Rogers.
Aye.
Ms. Valladares.
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Carter Alton,
Aye.
Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
and I vote aye. The resolution passes unanimously. I'll take a motion to go into closed session.
Move that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
The move by Ms. Valladares, seconded by Ms. Byer. Any other discussion? Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
can you tell us who you are, please? Sorry.
This is Javanya Lewis. I'm not asleep, still awake. I vote aye.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Ms. Rogers,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Carter Alton, Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
and I vote aye. We are now in closed session. We're back in open session. Dr. Mavinga.
Madam Chair, I'm here to seek your approval for the personnel report as discussed at the closed session.
Move approval of the personnel report as amended.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Any other discussion? We'll do a voice vote. I'm gonna start with you, Ms. Rogers. Ms. Rogers,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares.
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Carter Alton. Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
I vote aye. Ms. Lewis, are you on with us? All right. It passes 6-0, and with that, we are adjourned.
All right, y'all.